Oh, good deal.
Hello, gentlemen. Hi, Chris. He
Hello,
j-
Mr. Trooper.
he joined during the opening credits, so haven't had a chance to say hi this lovely Saturday now afternoon. But welcome to Star Trek Lexington: Last of the Line, our special session, one-shot campaign for Tabletop Appreciation Weekend for Extra Life. This is going to be something a little bit different. Uh, Change of pace, new characters, well, new setting, but same world as what we've been doing for the main story. So kind of similar to what Tim did for the campaign we were doing last year. Kind of a giving a little broader context to some other things going on. In hindsight, I may have copied his broad themes a little too much without realizing it, but too late now. Can't exactly rewrite it 3 minutes after we started. So, oh well. All right, so Chris, while I am narrating or doing whatever at the beginning, look up the Starfleet Officers Manual PDF that I shared and go to the pages starting at page 7 on the skills. Because one thing we're doing for this story is I have pre-built characters that we are going
Hmm.
to be using. But what I'm going to do is let you pick 3 skills for your character and give you 100 points to spend between the 3 of them. So just for a
Oh,
little flavor, anything you
all
think might
right.
be useful. So go ahead and pull that up.
Let
But
me
that as soon as you have that, that'll
see.
be the first thing that we do is we're going to roll to see which characters each of you are using.
Let
Now,
me see
the
here.
first roll is going to be uh, just D100s. Whoever scores the lower number is going to be taking over the highest ranking officer of this little group.
All right. So I think I pulled up the Starfleet Officers
All
Manual.
right, so page 7, not file page 7, like the printed, the 7 at the bottom. So you should see, should be listing. So I've got the hard
Looks
copy.
like I've got the
S-
skills
yes,
area.
yes.
Okay.
So like all the fun stuff like carousing, all that. So you can now if it's something too that would not make sense, I get the right to veto it, but you shouldn't have that issue. It's
All
also got to
right.
remember these characters. are not actually Starfleet. You're going to be controlling Cochrane characters for
Oh,
once.
really?
Well,
I
and
did
Oh,
not know that.
it's happening in the same it's in the same area, so something happening back on the
Oh,
other side of
okay.
the Milky Way wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, I thought this was happening on like the Federation. Like, I thought that's what it was gonna
Nope.
be.
Nope. The Federation has no idea we're even here.
Okay.
oh, I
Yeah.
like it.
Yes. Yeah. All they know
Uh,
is, wasn't there a planet and a ship there at one point? If they even have, it's been 6 days. They probably haven't even discovered it yet, and they might not for a long time. So we'll see. But anywho, all
all
right. So
right.
you got that sheet pulled up there, Chris?
Yep, I am looking. I am actually gonna just shotgun these, and I like the idea of like the Mbega character, where he's like a doctor but also like an assassin kind of
All
guy.
right. Well, you'll want
So,
to look at the attributes of your character already before you start doing that,
Oh yeah,
because
that's
they're
I'm
they're
saving
they're
for.
varied. There's 4 different characters that you'll have the chance to get, and I've tried to make it well-rounded enough that someone in this party can do most anything necessary. And what we're also going to do is, if there's no one else here to control one of them, is I will let one of you be assigned to do roles for said character. I'll still technically be controlling them, but you get to control the dice just to give you
Hmm.
guys stuff to do. So,
all right, I am
right.
going to. My first thing is I'm going to take medical sciences.
Hold on. Let's wait till you actually have your character before you do that.
I'm getting ahead
Yes,
of the
you
game.
are getting ahead of yourself. Tisk, tisk, tisk. All right,
Uh,
so I think it is roll time. Both of you give me a D100.
Closer we are to 1, the better the roll.
Correct.
Ooh.
Okay, that's going to be hard. All right, it looks like
Ooh.
our commanding officer is going to be coinless. It's going to be really hard for me not to call you
Ooh.
fish this entire time. Coinless. Okay. All right, now, Chris, roll me a D3.
D. What was it? D.
D3.
D3. Okay.
Yes.
Don't become Zach Brannigan.
A 1. All
Don't
right.
become Zach
All
Brannigan.
right.
Okay.
So I am about to share with you on Discord. So check your
DM.
yes, your DM. Let's see. 1 second. All right. Share, copy link. Fun stuff. Let's see here. Bottle guy.
Is this a Google Sheet?
Yes, so it's going to be just like your the sheet you've been using for Calvo. Let me know if that doesn't work for you, and then I'll start panicking.
All right. I got access denied.
Okay, that's. Oh wait, I
Let
sent
me
you the
try
wrong
to.
one anyway. So, never mind. Just ignore that
Oh,
message. Just ignore that
okay.
message.
I did do like a request access thing, majiggy.
Up, and I got the request too, so that's fine. That's. I sent you the wrong sheet because I'm stupid. All right. No, you are.
But I take it that we're not used to being this awake for a session, so our brain is actually
No.
working
Well, here's
like
the
it's
funny
supposed to.
thing. I definitely am less awake than usual because I've been awake for like less than 2 hours.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I get up very late. Let's see.
It's the
Why did it?
weekend.
Why did it not? That's part of it. Yes. Hold on. It didn't save some changes I made. Because originally these characters had different ranks until I was like, you know what, that doesn't make any sense. But it didn't change it on the
Well, I am looking forward to see Coinless in a position of authority. So
I am trying so hard. My heart's beating, like racing my chest. I'm like, I need to not be crazy. I want to try and play like I'm trying to go Paragon route with this.
Oh man.
Okay,
Well, I
there we
was I was sort of hoping you would get it because I'm terrible with it command and
go.
stuff. So
Well, what we were
that
talking before you got here is that this may have given you an opportunity to broaden your horizons, you know? Like do like Matt. Matt's done a fantastic
Mm.
job as
oh, I'd follow that man to the ends of the earth. You know,
okay.
I salute him.
All right, Coinless, you should have that one now. Let me get the
Okay.
other one.
Request access.
Yes. Link. And my phone should go off momentarily. Yep, it just went off. I called it. Okay.
Let me go to
I was like, wait.
mine.
Oh, right, that's your actual name.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me if you have it now.
It says access denied. I think I need another link sent, maybe.
No, I just gave you access. Try
Or
the link again.
okay, I'm gonna close this tab page and then reopen it. Let's try again. There we go.
All right. I just sent you another link there, Chris. Go ahead and try that one.
All
And there,
right.
I say it, and it shows right up.
Jenna Velvarosa.
Yes,
so
Lieutenant Jenna Velvarosa.
okay, this
All right,
must be
try
it.
that now, Chris.
I understand. Yep, I am in. Let me close Calvo.
Sweet.
Yep, I I am. Oh, I'm a Woody.
Yes. All right, so say hello to your characters. You have got Lieutenant Jenna Velvarosa and Master Sergeant George Woody Hartwood.
And it's
So
Heartwood, not hardwood for folks.
Hartwood, yes. Not. I don't need a double hard and a Woody hard. No, didn't. That's already
We're
opened
not
up to
that. We're not
enough.
that kind of podcast or
Or,
that kind of stream.
we've already opened it up far too much to the jokes. But then again, this is a military outfit, so you can imagine those jokes are made. But anyhow, okay. So Lieutenant Jenna Velvarosa. Now, I intentionally left a lot of the background vague to let you fill in as you like. But basically, so your characters are in control of an intelligence ops unit that is controlled by the Ministry of Intelligence. Remember the Secretary of Intelligence you met, the guy that's like really the spook. It's his division, so you work effectively for him. So you're in a special ops would be how we put it, but in this world it's known as intelligence ops. So you're part of a four-person squad led by Lieutenant Jenna Velvarosa. So background, the key events in her life to know, but there's other stuff you can add, is that her father was an engineer on a ship, the CDF Pluto, that was lost in battle with the Reds in 2288, so 12 years ago. Her personality is relatively easygoing for being leader of a squad, but she also likes to improvise and skirt the rules. But she also has an extreme hatred of the Reds because of, obviously, her father.
Hmm.
She's white with brown hair and hazel eyes, 5'8", age 29 as well. All right, so Master Sergeant George Woody Hartwood. He grew up on a farm on Terra 2, so he's a rural boy. He is 6'1", but he's an imposing and gentle soul, and at any time would rather be fishing. He's black, black hair, brown eyes, age 26. Now, the other people in your party are Sergeant Xander X-Ray Raymond, who is the medic for the group. He used to serve on the CDF Concord before he was transferred unwillingly to intelligence ops. He also is self-taught in computer science, so he will probably play an important role coming up. Personality-wise, he's high-strung. Quote, I didn't sign up for this shit, unquote. White, blonde hair, brown eyes, 5'9", age 25. And finally, we've got Corporal Will Dubs Warner. Uh, he's not the brightest guy. but he's an amateur wrestling champion. He makes fun of his own height, but he tries to be funny and fails spectacularly. He's white with red hair, green eyes, only 5'5", and age 22. So that is the squad. Now, I'm going to regret this, and I can veto it if it's stupid enough. Squad leader, what would be a fun name for this squad that wouldn't get you absolutely ridiculed in the real world?
Okay. Good squad name.
Frequently they are built around the name of the squad leader, like Vel's Angels. Actually, I might just make that it. If you can't think of something better, it's Vel's Angels.
Can we go with Vale so it keeps the V and the L?
What?
Instead of Vale, like maybe like it's like a more secretive squad. I'm not sure exactly like how like the unit would operate, but I was thinking if we go with Vale, it's kind of a bit more mysterious while it's being simple. And
Vale's
Vel,
Angels?
yeah, so it keeps the V and the L, so it's kind of like a merge. Yeah, or just Vale.
I can accept that if you are. Would our Master Sergeant be opposed to that name?
No, that sounds good to me.
I knew you wouldn't have any issue with it. All right, so Vale's Angels it is. All right, we can go with that. All right, gentlemen. Any? All right, so now here's the point where you've got your sheets. Go through the book, and I'm gonna give you 10 minutes to pick 3 skills you want and divide 100 points between them as you see
And
fit.
just to clarify, we can pick any skills we want.
Well, ask me first. I may veto it if it makes no sense. But now you can do it for fun, but I would highly recommend trying to pick some skills you think might be useful for someone in a spec ops unit.
I was actually wondering if I could just like amp up some of my pre-existing stats, like marksmanship, just amp that.
Okay,
amp up leadership, and
you can
amp
amp
up administration.
one stat by a maximum of 33, but you have to pick 2 new ones.
Okay.
That's entirely arbitrary, but I'm just making it up as I go because I didn't expect that question.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask is if we could bump up an existing stat, but
all right, you can. All right, actually, let me put this. Let me roll that back. You can bump any stat up to 80, any one stat up to 80, but you have to pick 2 new stats.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay, so what if I want to put 1 point in one stat and then power load all the other points into the second one?
Okay, let me.
it's like
it was so simple. It was so easy.
Well, I mean, what if I only want 2 skills?
Okay. All right. One skill, existing skill, you can increase to a maximum of 80. If you do that, though, you have to pick 2 other skills. Now, if you choose to only put in new skills, you still have to pick a minimum of 2, but up to 3. So no matter what, you have to pick at least 2 new skills.
Okay. So and you said the cap was 80?
Yes, you cannot increase something past 80.
Okay, so I could bring up my marksmanship like modern from 60 to 80 and then that would be cap.
Yes, you could.
Okay, so and then the minimum investment on a skill is what?
10.
Like 10?
10.
Okay.
Because otherwise you could just dump 1 point in it and just be like, haha. No, that's.
Is there a stealth skill? Because I feel like
that would be more under streetwise actually, which actually
then I couldn't put any points into it then because I can only put points into one pre-existing skill. Okay.
Yeah.
I think my first one I'm going to do is like 30 points in personal weapons technology.
Okay.
Or so I could do like 30 in there, 30 in another, and then like 40 in a third one.
That is
all new.
correct.
Okay. I'm actually going to make that one 40.
I was originally going to make this where you actually roll 10 d10s, but I'm like, someone could get severely screwed on that. It's like, you know what? This is a one shot. It doesn't matter too much. I'll be generous today. I'm tired.
You actually did a good job filling out this character for the way that I wanted to play them, so
Well, that's good. I'll take that as a
yeah.
compliment.
What would be a good skill for a Black Ops team?
Let me just see.
While you're doing that, I'll just be sitting here on Reddit.
Is there like an intimidation skill, or would that just be negotiation / diplomacy?
Negotiation / diplomacy, yeah.
Do I have that?
You definitely do. You have a 20 in it at present.
So that means I can't. Okay, I can't invest points into that if I want to put points into marksmanship. Be good with a gun or be able to talk to people.
One of them was going to be massively more important than the other for this story, but I'm not going to tell you which.
I feel like we have to be doing combat. Because we haven't been doing it for so long, and if these are disposable characters, I don't see why not.
I will confirm or deny nothing.
Okay.
It will be a surprise.
Surprise!
Yeah.
You're either going to die by combat or die by saying the wrong thing.
Okay, well, I'm gonna put 20 points into marksmanship. I'm just gonna lock that in now, so I have 80 points left.
All right.
And then 2 new skills.
How's it going, Chris?
Good. Good. I think I'm leaning towards where was that one? I was going to do electronics technology.
Okay.
So 30 in that. So I got 30 left.
And now you can make up whatever plausible reason you'd like for why your characters have these things, like an elective in high school, an electron. I don't know. Just it doesn't. It's not that important. But if it comes up, I may be like, "Hey, why are you so good at random skill?"
I don't think we'll need that. I don't think we'll need that.
I got about another 3 minutes.
I can't think of anything out. Like, all the things I'd want this character to have are already in the character sheet, so I need to come up with new stuff. I'm like,
Now, because of the way I GM, if you make up something that's somewhat obscure, I may find an excuse to have them that be important. It depends. I'm not going to force something. Be like, what the hell does that make? What? But I don't know. Give me something to work with. I might make it fun.
okay, I'm just gonna power load because I can't think of anything else, and I feel like this could be very versatile if used correctly. I'm gonna power load 70 points into planetary survival.
Wasn't that an existing skill though?
Is it? What?
Yeah.
Oh, dang it! I have 20 points in that already. Why? Yeah, dang it. See, every time like I look away.
Yeah, I'm going to do computer technology.
All right.
So I put my 30 in there.
All right. So the farm boy knows computer technology. Why not?
Yeah. I thought about trying to do like I was looking at like botany or planetary survival, but you already had those. Well,
Yes.
they had planetary survival was one I thought would be like a perfect.
Hmm.
There's already some biology built in there. Um,
Yeah.
I already had some first aid.
Yeah, they all have
Uh,
first aid as standard.
yeah.
Now you'll notice from your sheet that you have piloting skills too.
That was one of the first things I looked to see if I had because I
Hmm.
figured I could be like the getaway driver for like because I see you had vehicle operation and then shuttlecraft pilot and like the shuttlecraft related
Actually, hang on, I forgot
stuff.
to give you.
And I was looking at some of the procedural stuff, and I'm like, well, I don't think we really care about procedures per se. Um,
Okay. Can I come up with a skill then, or
Okay, pitch it to me. What are you thinking?
uh hunting tracking?
is that like planetary survival?
Well, I mean, that'd be
Not
like surviving.
necessarily.
I feel like that.
Uh,
Hmm.
I feel like it's like a more like I like specified because like you can hunt and track down like a bounty hunter might have hunting and tracking, but he doesn't necessarily know how to survive on a planet. You know what I mean?
mhm.
Like I'm able to like hunt down and track people. Like I kind of find like say it's a small squad and our job is to look for someone. I'm really good at hunting that person down.
Let's see. And I just realized I put something in the wrong spot here. Hang on, I gotta on your. I put under specialties fishing and demolition. Wait, that specialties is medical specialty. Oops. Hang on. Let me move that to somewhere it actually makes sense.
Mhm.
Oh, he read my book. He read Fish's book.
Fishing. Let's see. Uh, what the hell would demolitions fit under? Artistic expression.
Like the
Gaming.
like
The
the character from the Muppets,
I
New Zealand.
I was thinking like for artistic expression. Have you ever like watched it's like that Atlantis movie where there's that one
yes.
guy's like I can do C4. Then it's like boom.
Well, funny thing is the medic, he has artistic expression cubism because I'm like, I was writing this at midnight. I'm like, cubism. Sure, that sounds funny.
He's good at sculpting ice cubes.
Yes. Oh God, what does
Okay.
demolitions fit under?
So is it 5 to 5 power load 70 points into hunting slash tracking?
Sure.
Yay. I'll put it under planetary
Yeah, put
survival
it
as like
under.
a
Put it
subcategory.
under. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. All right. Demolition is a physical science. We're going with that.
That works for me.
It's the
Yeah.
science of making shit not exist anymore. I am tired. Okay. I was also up later doing this than I should have been. Uh, man, I should have worked a lot more on this over the week, but I had a lot to do this week. So, yeah. All right. We're actually past time. Are you
Okay.
guys both finished, or how are you looking?
For sports, I'm just gonna put parkour.
Sure.
I just tried to think of something to put 10 points into.
And you spelled it wrong.
I I I've never said I was good at spelling. Okay,
And
I
it's
can put
fixed.
it there.
There's so many misspelled
Yeah.
things on Fish's sheet that I just leave because it's funny or to
Mm,
just not even correct you.
yes.
Okay. I think then that we are set.
Yay.
Let's see. All right, gentlemen, and well, technically lady, if we're going in game character. All right, so now this being a military outfit, you will generally address yourselves by your nicknames. So remember, you've got Vel, Lieutenant Vel, Master Sergeant Woody. There's Sergeant X-Ray, and you've got Corporal Dubs, and that name is because he's got his first and last name start with a W, so Dubs, because
Okay.
military guys /
Bell,
me get real
Woody,
creative.
X-Ray, Dubs.
Yes.
Okay.
And in order of rank, it's Vel, Woody, X-Ray, Dubs. So you guys both wound up getting the 2 highest ranked people in here. Congratulations.
Huh.
Nice.
Yes.
All
All
works out in the
right.
end.
You got everything picked out? We're good on our skills?
Mm-hmm.
Good on our skills.
All right, that took 30 minutes almost exactly. That is perfect. Okay. It is now 12:31, so let's get into the story. All right. So our story begins on Terra 2. Now, this is actually a few months before the Lexington even arrives. So it's November in game there, so this is happening in late September of 2300. So, your squad, a little background on you. So, yes, you work for basically the Secretary of Intelligence doing reconnaissance, wet work if necessary. All of you, actually, well, 3 of you are very proficient at eliminating uh, the rainbow species, the reds, yellows, and blues. You've done that
Mm.
quite a bit. Now, X-Ray is the newest member. Actually, he's a fresh member of the group because your last medic had a very bad came on the wrong end of a power converter that kind of exploded, and so he is no longer with us. So yes, you have a new medic, Xander Raymond or X-Ray. He kind of doesn't want to be there. He's like, this wasn't what I signed up for, but they needed someone with his skill set, so he kind of got forcefully pulled out of the fleet and stuck in a spec ops unit. Because remember, he was on the CDF in Concord. He liked that so much better, but now he's here like, well, this is my life now. But the other 3 of you have been together for about 3 years now. Just give me 1 second. And I'm back. So yeah, about 3 years you've been in this unit. But yeah, the main things you do: reconnaissance, wet work if necessary, eliminating targets. Of course, how much is known about the 3 species and their command structure is limited, but you have been sent to destroy targets before, but also been sent to sabotage facilities, things of that nature. So basically, being sent wherever is expedient. But working
Mm.
for the Secretary of Intelligence, you have pretty much carte blanche to do whatever's necessary. You've done some questionable things in the past. Of course, you don't know, do you really count it as a war crime if it's being done against these aliens? Officially, no. Officially, there's no, you can't do a war crime against them because that's how it works around here. Yeah, any questions about that for background? Any pertinent things I'm not mentioning?
So we're basically like a Black Ops squad,
Yes.
right?
Yes, you are.
Infiltration and yeah.
Infiltration, elimination, reconnaissance, demolition, all that kind of stuff. All right. Any questions, Chris? Or are you good?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm absorbing.
You're absorbing. All right. Photosynthesis. Nice.
Yeah, exactly.
You got sun out your window. I ain't used to seeing that. Okay, so you have all 4 been called into a meeting with, let's see, I wrote that down somewhere, with General Milhew. But you'll get there in a moment. Right now, though, you are walking down the corridor on the way there. Anything you'd like to, any conversations you'd like to have with each other, just for, just, just to build the character's up.
I'd be curious what the X-ray did sign up, what he thought he was signing up for, or her. You know what they thought they were signing up for.
Uh, he's like, well, I wanted to be on a starship. I mean, I've always wanted to be in space. I didn't want to have my be boots on the ground, crawling through the mud and the dirt. I mean, it's disgusting. Like the med bay was so clean and pristine and just so nice, and now they put me through boot camp and I had to crawl through mud and eat out of a can. Just I don't know why I'm here. This wasn't what I asked for.
They thought you were the right person for the job, X-Ray. You should be proud to be in this unit. Some people consider it an honor. And in the end, by being here with us, you'll be able to contribute to T2 more than many people have before.
And yeah, what do you say? I don't know. Did you piss off the wrong person?
Not that I'm aware of. So I guess let's
Hmm.
go with the I'm good at my job theory. That makes me feel better. Uh, sure. Let's go with
Don't
that.
worry. Remember to follow orders and get the mission done, and everything will go perfectly fine.
Yeah,
And
Woody's sort of like a user of like old timey phrases, so he just tells X-ray, "Well, I guess somebody like the cut of your jib, and you know, here you are."
I don't know what a jib is, and I'm pretty sure I've never cut one.
I never actually looked up the meaning for it. There used to be something called Wikipedia, but that doesn't exist anymore. But it's a fun saying to use. So
He's just gonna kind of stare at you and blink a few times. Then he's gonna get slapped on the back really hard by Dubs, and Dubs gonna say, "Ah, cheer up, man. You could be scraping plasma residue off the interior of a warp nacelle. This ain't so bad." He's gonna look down at Dubs and say, "Was that an option?" Probably not. And just awkward silence. About this point, you get to the door for the briefing room. You'll see a man at the far end of the room with a whole bunch of medals on his chest, wearing a uniform that looks pretty similar to what we would know from today. Their style has not changed too much. I'm going to say, Vale's Angels. All right, take a seat. We've got orders from the top for you.
Character takes a seat.
I'm assuming everyone does. So
Mhm.
he's going to step back and turn to look at the view screen behind, which is going to turn on. And it's going to show a section of the star chart focused on, if you want to pull that up, actually, I will pull that up right now for everyone's benefit.
Is that in oh, what's it? Roll 20.
I'm about to do that in Roll20, yeah,
Oh, okay.
just so you don't have to do it yourself. Let's see. The star chart. Okie doke. All right. That's going to come up, but he's going to zoom in, like on the lower part of the map. You're going to see Castor and Pollux. That they each contain a K class and a T class planet. Those two systems are the ones that are most notable. They were ones that we captured from the Reds in 2233, but lost them 20 years ago. Actually, let me get the stream looking at that too. Hello, stream.
Which area was it again?
The bottom of the map. You'll see
Bottom map. Okay.
Castor, and Pollux. They're more or less twin stars, so they're kind of considered as one entity.
Okay.
All right, so the general will begin. Your mission takes you to Castor 2. It's a K class planet. We lost it about 20 years ago in the war to the Reds. It's got about half Earth gravity. Think similar to how Mars was back in the old country from your history books. Now, for the last 15 years, our intelligence and our probes have shown that the Reds have been terraforming it to be livable. Looks like they have been adding native to their world agriculture, which appears to put out oxygen, so it seems that it is a breathable atmosphere for our purposes. Now, the big problem is we don't know what we don't know. We've not been able to get a probe anywhere near the planet in 2 years. Uh, at the beginning of that, the last probe we had showed them beginning a large construction project. We do not know the nature of this project, and being this close to our territory, it's something we definitely want to know what the hell they're doing, and if and most likely put a stop to it because knowing them, it can't be good. Any questions on that part? What is that noise?
Oh, that is me thinking.
Yeah.
I guess I would ask, has there been any other attempts to retake the planet since we lost it 20 years ago?
No, we've been focusing our efforts on other areas. Strategically, Castor and Pollux were not that critical to us as far as their resources go and their position in the galaxy, although they are still close enough to warrant concern if they are constructing something there.
I imagine this is of note because you plan on sending us there.
I'm sorry, come again?
Okay, it's out of here. Did he mention our mission yet, or
No, not yet. He's just talking.
okay?
Well, basically the mission is to intelligence gathering,
Okay.
figure out what
Is
they're
there anything?
doing on the planet.
So I guess Fel would say. So then I'm assuming you're sending us there to a specific location.
Yes, the site of the facility. Well, if you got no other questions, that leads us into the mission parameters. You're going to be dropped off by the CDF Cambridge, one of our ships, 3 light years from the planet. And you're going to be dropped off in a specially modified shuttle with added stealth capabilities and improved engines. You're going to make your way to the planet at warp 6, which will take you 6 days in order to get there from your drop off point. Now, the specs on the shuttle, and these are approximate because we don't know the exact capabilities of the red sensors, but we believe the shuttle will be effectively undetectable beyond a tenth of a light year away and will only register as a sensor anomaly beyond 1,000 kilometers. So you will be able to get up to the planet, hopefully without them detecting you, or if they do, they won't know what they're looking at until it's too late, and you're already well within the atmosphere. So speaking of which, you will be entering the atmosphere at the opposite side of the planet from the landing point, and will then circumvent the planet at a sub 200-meter altitude, which would only take you about 2 hours to do. You will land 10 kilometers from the target site. Then you're going to recon the location. At this point, you're using your best discretion. We don't know exactly what's there, exactly what we're looking for, but you are to gather as much intel as possible on their activities there. And then, of course, exfil with that information. Now, in worst case scenario, you will transmit that information to us if you do not believe that you will be able to escape successfully. But the plan is on your way out, you can increase up to warp 7 in that shuttle in an emergency, however, you will likely be detectable, and up to warp 7.5, but at that point, you're going to risk damaging the engines and blowing yourself out of space. Now, the Cambridge will be waiting on standby, and you can contact them. They can close the gap to you in order to cut down the time to get back, because at warp 7, it will still take you 3 days to get back. But if they close the gap, you can make it much sooner. That's going to depend entirely on how much heat you get on yourself. Hopefully, you will be able to get out without too much difficulty, but that's going to depend entirely on you. questions at the moment.
Is the shuttle equipped with any like shields or weapons?
Yes, it has shields. It has basic weaponry, though there's only so much you can do. Now, it also is equipped with a transporter capable of transporting two people at once if that becomes necessary. However, we do not expect it would hold up very well against anything beyond a red scout ship. And even then, it's probably not a winning fight.
Hmm. So basically we get on. This is just out of character bit. So we get on the planet. We're trying to get data, kind of research, and then we can kind of ping that to them with any device, or
Yes, you will be
we have
able
to
to.
bring it back.
You will be able to transmit. So the shuttle has a relay system set up where you're able to transmit from your tricorder. Your tactical tricorder is going to look at you, look at the lieutenant, and the shuttle will automatically relay that back to the Cambridge or beyond. It has the range to make it to Terra 2 within a week.
Hmm. Will we be given any sort of supplies in case things go belly up?
Well, you'll have your standard loadout, uh, but you will have one other piece of technology that I believe will be very helpful to this. And he's going to pull a case under the table, set it out, open it up, and you're going to see four tricorders. They look fairly standard, but they do have each of them has an additional module attached to the side of it. And he'll hand them out and say, these are experimental tricorders that allow you to interact with red technology if you need
Hmm.
to access the base. Because as you know, it seems that their technology works off of psionics. There are no handles, there are no interfaces, no buttons. Based on our experimentation, we have been able to mimic the way that the red's brain transmits, and these tricorders can act as a proxy to be a quote red for you. Now, it also includes a module for breaking encryptions, because if you are likely having to infiltrate, I'm sure there will be encryption of some kind. Now, of course, if the mission goes sideways and your capture is likely, these must be destroyed at any and all costs. If the Reds know that we have the ability to read their information, that may tip the balance in a number of ways. Now, out of character, all of you at this point would have had no idea this existed. This would come as a
Hmm.
major shock to you that there's actually a means of interacting with red technology.
Interesting. Cause yeah, I thought so. I was like, cause we didn't. Cause this like takes like place before the Lexington arrived,
Yeah,
right?
about a month and a half.
Okay. So yeah, then this is some very experimental tech.
Actually, hang on. No, this wouldn't be about a month and a half. This would be. Let me do some math here. This would actually be about 2 weeks before the Lexington arrives. So this is late October. Yeah, that makes more sense. Actually,
Okay.
this is a week. This is exactly 1 week for the Lexington arrives. I'm just trying to think. I got to make the timeline make sense for stuff happening in with the main campaign. So forgive my retconning, but it doesn't really
No
matter
problem.
too much for what's happening here, but it may matter for what happens in relation to the main plot line. So anyhow, okay, back to where we were. All right. Any other questions
Hmm.
or thoughts before we send you on your way?
Yeah, Woody would just say that he's shocked that this technology exists to be able to read the Reds technology.
Yeah, that's something that you'd have to ask the Ministry of Science about. They've been working on this for a while, it seems, but this is a critical enough mission that they figured it's time to let the cat out of the proverbial bag and Test it in practice. Now, again, this is experimental. No guarantees.
Well, send my regards to the scientist responsible for making these. She's become
Sure,
quite
she
an
would.
efficient tool.
I'm sure she would love your praise on this one.
I guess I'll just go ahead and equip it.
Well, yeah, it's just on your. You just have it.
Yeah.
So that means you're going to have two tricorders, a tactical one and that one, which everyone's going to have.
Nice.
All right.
Okay.
No, good.
No, I wasn't gonna say. I was like, okay. It's like, I'm ready.
Okay. In that case, it is time to head out. So I don't think there's much relevant that's happening as far as you going out and getting to the location. So you're going to board the ship. You're going to look over the shuttle. Uh, anything in particular you want to look at on the shuttle itself?
Uh, it's mentioned it had some stealth capabilities, or
Yes. The what you're going to see when you look at it is the exterior of the shuttle is black, effectively, and the metal it's made out of definitely does not look like your standard shuttle. Uh, of course, the science behind it is something you have no idea of. This is heavy stuff. Let's see. Actually, you know what? I need to retcon again. It's going to take 60 days to get to the drop-off point. So
okay.
yes, God, I should have thought this out better. Um, yes, this is the briefing happened early September. You're going to
Okay, yeah, because
arrive at the location on November 7th. This is actually the day after the Lexington arrives.
okay, so we just got there a day after Lexington. Okay.
Yes. Okay. That works now. All right, so if you're still looking at the map, you are going to be dropped off just on the other side of this line, 3 light years away, about right here. So the Cambridge is able to make it to that point and is going to let your shuttle off there. So now it's a 6-day journey together to the planet. So at this point, piloting the shuttle is going to be, I believe that is, yes, that is Woody. So Chris is piloting the shuttle right now.
Yeah, coming in, steady as we go.
Hmm. Got to keep a lookout for any ships that might be scouting.
Yes. Now, you're only able to use passive scans because active scans would give out. It's kind of like sonar. Like if you send out a ping, people are going to know you're there. So all you're doing is
Hmm.
listening for any signatures of other ships.
Okay. Uh, sorry, I'm still waking up. Hmm.
And the person that's actually operating that is also going to be. Let's see. Yeah, that's also Woody. So the sensors, basically, you've got a combined panel where where you're working. Is you can operate everything yourself from where you are, although you could split that to two people if you need to. So you are currently in control of piloting, uh, sensors, weapons, and let's see, deflector shield. Actually, hold on. You should have something in deflector shield. Let me add that to your sheet. I forgot that piece. And deflectors. So you're doing all of that yourself at the moment.
Can I look up any data we have on the Reds?
Yes. You mean you've been briefed very well
Yeah.
on them. So what exactly would you like to know? You may already know it.
There, if we have any knowledge on on their ability to like how they perceive things,
Okay.
like if we, for example, like do they actually have eyes or is it more like a sonar?
I'm trying to remember. I said this before in a previous episode. Um, yes, they do have eyesight, though it's suspected it's not as good as ours. But they also work heavily, yes, on kind of a psionic sonar.
Okay. Do we know anything about their sleep cycles?
No, no.
So they never had like we never captured one and tried to interrogate it,
The
and like
ones
it
that
didn't
have
ever.
now that was one truthful thing that was said earlier is they've never taken any alive up until the Lexington, um,
Hmm.
or at least not that they know of. They've captured a whole bunch that well the Lexington would now know are actually in a hibernative state have instead of that haven't been reactivated, but every single one they've captured has effectively shut down, or then looks like it just committed suicide like automatically, and there's been no response from them. But again, by the Lexington, you'd now know they're putting themselves into a hibernative state.
Hmm.
Better
Do we
that
have
than
any?
interrogation or like
Do we have any like planetary like stuff we've been able to analyze from like a surface level or a distance about like maybe like their activity cycle, like whether their planets or not have any sort of signs of them being more active in like resource production or activity in certain times of the day versus others?
no, no Cochrane ships have been able to get close enough to their planet to do any sort of surveys like that.
Okay. What about our characters' experiences with them?
So you have fought them before. Actually, all of you except for uh, X-Ray have firsthand experience with their biology, and especially Dubs, our wrestler, knows very well how to kill one in hand to hand. Actually,
Hmm.
all Woody and Vel know as well, but not nearly as well as Dubs does. So
Okay.
you've got fairly comparatively advanced knowledge of their physiology. Like Vel, let's see. Actually, you should have that on there too, man. This is what happens when you write these things so late.
Because what I'm trying to look is like a good time to make an infiltration, and if they have an optimal time at where they're like they would be, you know, their guard would be down.
Right. Let's see. I had to adjust something here. Yeah, you all have at least some knowledge of red physiology. Now, the different X-Ray has it as well, but his is basically academic. He's not seen them in the flesh, where the other three of
Okay.
you have. Um, all of you know how to kill one with a knife. All of you have killed one with a knife before. Although you do know that taking them on hand to hand is ill advised because
Mm,
they have claws. It's also ill advised because, well, combat with them is ill advised in the first place because generally they don't attack with weaponry, they attack psionically.
okay.
And there have been a few close calls. One time, Dubs actually got basically possessed, for lack of a better term. Like he was being
Mm.
controlled by one until the others in the squad were able to kill it and release him from that. Now, out of character, you saw something like this when the Lexington, like a few months ago.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
I remember that. Um, when it comes down to like weapons and resources we have,
Hmm.
for example, do we have any sort of like I know that the Federation has the like 3D printer effectively. What was it? The
The replicator.
replicator. Do we have any sort of replicator technology on the ship
You have a
or anything like
you have a food replicator that
that? Okay.
theoretically could be modified to make basic objects, but nothing complex.
So, did someone on our crew Um, what I'm basically trying to ask is, before we left, could we have like commissioned like some supplies like explosives, especially
Yes. Well,
since we have a
that
demolition
is
next.
that is something that you already have actually. If Chris will look at his sheet, uh, his equipment listed on the far right, kind of heading off the screen, is he's got a silenced phase rifle, but that has an underbarrel plasma grenade launcher with 10 grenades. He also has 6 plastic explosives, combat knife,
Hmm.
communicator, and a flashlight. So he is the demo guy compared to everyone else.
Okay.
Yep. Boom goes the dynamite here.
Yeah, you might want to look at your sheet too, Coinless, to see what you have in your
Stun
equipment.
grenades, combat knife, tactical tricorder, communication.
Communicator, flashlight, flare gun, and a multi-tool.
Hmm.
Now,
Okay.
is there anything else you would have wanted to requisition? Because we can definitely add that if it makes sense.
Can we get? Mm,
Remember, you're working basically for the head of the whole, like the Department of Intelligence, so or the Ministry of Intelligence. So you probably could get a lot of stuff if you want it. Now there is a limit, though. I mean,
ooh.
you can't carry some things because it's just impractical, but up to a point.
Yeah. One thing I would definitely like. I know we have like like plastic charges, but something where if we wanted to create a diversion in the distance, we could like set something up to kind of like go off to like divert their attention.
Okay.
So like we could like if we were trying to infiltrate the base, we could make a diversion if something came up to maybe get people to go and examine what's wrong. So I'm not sure if like C4 charges or something like that,
Okay. Um. All right.
remote detonators,
Your
something.
stun grenades are you can configure them in a way that they can be set off by your tactical tricorder.
Okay. Mm,
Now you can carry more than 3 if you would like, but I figured that would be a standard loadout.
if I'm allowed to stockpile, yeah.
No more than 6, however.
Okay. I guess I'll get amp up to 6 stun grenades.
Okay.
Um. Hmm. Would yeah, I'm just trying to debate whether or not like going in at nighttime would have any benefit, and if so, if we could have like we could get a set of clothes that would blend in more with the environment.
Okay. So the planet is more of a dusty brown color. So you could have your uniforms be that color, or you could have them be black. Well, you could have them pretty much any color you wanted, but those would be the two recommendations. Of
Yeah.
course, one is more useful for outside, one is more useful if you're in a building.
Hmm. I'd probably say yeah. Mm,
Now, actually, let me actually do a roll here to see whether I want to give you guys this. It's
yeah.
a
Because if we had
50-50.
missions before, do we have any knowledge on how things have played out before? Like on their interior? Like, is it primarily darker or is it
Yeah,
usually
the
bright?
interiors are definitely primarily darker.
Okay.
Well,
So,
sometimes. I mean, they have poor eyesight, so they don't have them too dark. But I mean, they're lit enough, but the accents are generally on the darker side.
okay.
Let's see. Two. Let's see.
If Chris isn't opposed to it, I'd probably ask to see if we could get some darker
Okay, no.
colored clothing,
All right.
Yeah, I got nothing against. I think that's actually a good idea.
tactical equipment. I'm trying to be a good lieutenant and get our boys equipped with the right gear.
That you're doing the job.
What about our medical supplies? How do they look?
Uh, so X-ray has a full med kit that is. I mean, it's good for stabilizing injuries. But I mean, it's not a med bay. So
Okay.
it has basically anything that you would want to have that's feasible to carry.
So we can just say it's the MacGuffin of medical basics.
Sure.
because like tourniquets, like stop bleeding,
Yeah.
you know,
I mean, thermal
and
regenerator type stuff. Yeah.
yeah. Um, can we? Uh, it doesn't sound the best, but can we get some? What would be? Is there anything we could grab that could help with if one of our allies got mind controlled? For example, like something that could help break them out of it, whether it's like a smelling salt equivalent or
Well, now X-ray. Well, this may not help immediately, but it may help after. X-ray has a 40 in psychology, so he may be able to talk someone out of a dazed state. But as far as
okay.
actually anything that could actually help, okay, let's do another roll. If it's a 1, there is such a thing. If it's a 2, there is not.
Nope. Okay.
Let's see. 2. Nope, you do not have any such thing. Not specialized. Now, slapping someone has been found to sometimes be effective for like shaking them out of it, but that's about it.
Okay.
Unless you want to try something new and innovative, which I will definitely entertain, depending on what it is.
Well, I'm curious if do we have any knowledge on uh okay, I get because so we have a somewhat under good understanding about their Red's biology, especially uh what was it? W Dubs. Um, do we know any weak points on them specifically? Like that he would have probably brought up, or some sort of like an Achilles heel of sorts.
All right, so let me take us to. I have this somewhere. I thought one of these pages.
Like a physical or sensory based weakness,
Oh,
maybe even
okay.
chemical. Yeah, physical, sensory, or chemical. Those are three things I'm looking for right now. Like maybe there's snails and they have a weakness to high sodium count or something.
Let's see. I'm just gonna put the image on this screen because I don't want to deal with having to open up a new one. Okay, so I'm gonna bring up a photo of.
Because stun grenades apparently work on them, or else I probably wouldn't be bringing them. I'm just guessing.
Yes, they have been shown to be effective enough. There's one. All right. I'm gonna zoom in on that. Can you see it?
Oh, where is it?
Like right over Castor and Pollux.
Oh, Castor and
Trying to.
Pollux.
I'm trying to expand it, but this interface is
I don't
stupid
really.
sometimes.
I just see Castor and Pollux. I don't really see anything by it.
Oh, that's on the wrong layer. I'm an idiot.
Okay. Ah, okay, there it is.
Oh,
Okay.
there.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah, I remember these guys. The Reds.
we're being attacked by a big space monster.
All right. So now remember that that white thing is their stomach. That is definitely vulnerable to being hit and or stabbed. That's. There's one instance where Dubs literally ripped the thing out of one of them. It made a
Wow.
noise you cannot
Oof.
explain and died writhing on the floor.
What I'm curious is, I'm wondering if there is some sort of. I'm trying to think if we can make like an equivalent of a smoke grenade, but instead it has a specific chemical compound that's like, while it doesn't affect us, it would them because of the whole difference in biology. So I was hoping maybe there's a certain type of chemical that they could be weak to, and if we could like use like smoke grenade canisters that we could inhale it and wouldn't hurt us, but like it could soak into their stomach or something and like cause them to like get knocked out or,
Well,
poisonous?
problem is there would be no way to have tested that directly because you've never captured one alive.
Hmm.
You have tried a number of things in the past. These stun grenades are the only ones that have shown to have any effectiveness against them.
Okay.
Like you're not even sure. Like they breathe. They obviously breathe oxygen, so theoretically you could choke them out if you can like
Yeah, but then
remove
we
the
also
oxygen.
breathe oxygen, so.
Correct.
Oh wait, actually, no, that's actually great. Um, can we get rebreathers or
Yeah,
oxygen
that
masks?
exists. That's something you don't
Okay.
even have to ask for. So sure, that you can add those to your. Chris, go ahead and add that to your equipment list too. Rebreather.
Rebreather. What does that do again?
It's
It's like
based.
a gas mask, basically, right? Can
Yeah,
we get like a gas mask?
yeah. Let's go ahead and just do a gas mask.
Yeah, gas mask, and then gas mask. Can we get um? So they need to breathe air, right? Or like I assume they don't have a filtering system for their lungs.
Not as best as the dissections
Okay.
have shown.
Yeah. So could we get like tear gas?
Yeah, you could try tear gas. Now, here's the thing: you only carry so many grenades, so
Yes.
uh, up to 6 per character, except for Woody, who has 10 plasma grenades, but those are designed for his.
Okay. So six grenades are the cap.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna put two. I'm gonna swap out. I'm gonna reduce my stun grenades to 4, and then put 2 tear gas grenades.
Okay. And actually, just for funds, I'll give Dubs 3 tear gas grenades. And we will absolutely be keeping track when you use these.
Oh yeah. Basically what I'm thinking is if we ever get clustered by like a group of them, we can drop these. So this would be good for if we get put into a corner.
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to be a well-prepped captain.
Hey, man, you're doing great. I cannot wait to see how this comes out.
Okay, so this is all the prep I can really think of, Chris. Do you have anything else you want to add in or think anything your character should be carrying?
Do, 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 do. Okay, got that.
Can we bring night vision goggles?
Yes, actually. Then
Okay.
we're gonna have an integrated thing.
Is it a special mask?
So your helmet will have a flip down integrated nods or night optic device, but that will also be combined with the gas mask.
Gas mask nods. Not.
Yeah, basically it's a face covering, so the whole thing just kind of flips down and seals.
Perfect.
All
We're
right.
going. This is full on Black Ops
It
style.
really is. I'm loving it. Uh,
Actually, can we? This is a question. That's another question then, because these guys like they will attack us with their claws. Can we get like a certain layer of armor to help with like resistance
Do we have
checks?
like
your uniform is Kevlar weaved, so it will
Okay,
help
so it's
resist.
proper armor. It's not. We're not just in like basic like white tee. They're like Star Trek common
No, no,
uniforms.
no, no, no. If you ever saw Star Trek Enterprise, there were the Makos in season 3. It's closer to that. So
Okay,
they had actual proper combat uniforms.
good.
no, I don't
Okay,
can't think of anything else. I mean,
Okay.
I assume we've got like the ability to have like binoculars and stuff like that.
oh
Oh, I mean
yeah,
that's something you can add if you'd like.
yeah. That's actually a good call. Get binoculars because that's probably gonna be
All right. So both the two of you will
binoculars.
have binoculars if you would like.
Uh,
Go ahead and add that in.
And the binoculars, I assume, can also work with Nod. for like night vision?
No, the binoculars and the night vision aren't compatible.
Hmm.
Well, the binoculars have night vision. I mean, they can do
Okay,
that. So,
yeah. I just meant like we can use them at night.
yes.
Good. Okay. Uh, that's all I can really think of at the moment.
Let's see, I'm doing a little. Uh,
It'd be hilarious if we went through all this prep and then we get like blasted out of the skies before we even land.
Yeah.
that would be spectacular. Oh my God, you spelled binoculars so badly.
I can't spell.
I don't know if I
It's
spelled it
phonetic.
right.
Binoculars. You did spell that, Chris. Good job. All right. Any other ideas? You're giving great thoughts that I didn't have last night at 1 in the morning writing this.
Do we have melee weapons? I can't remember.
Uh,
Probably combat knife, yeah.
yeah, I got a combat knife. Kniff. Do.
Mm, we got grenades, silence. Do we? We don't really need restraints if we're gonna go in with a a kill on sight order.
Probably, yeah.
Um,
You can't really
but
interrogate them.
yeah, and they just keeping them alive is more of a nuisance than it is a.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have how much ammo does our weapons have, or is it just kind of infinite? By
It has plot ammo.
okay, good. Yeah, I think we're good.
Now, Dubs, if it comes up, he doesn't just have a phase rifle, he has a phase squad automatic weapon. So this thing is designed for
He's
putting
carrying
down.
the Gatling gun.
Yeah, well, it's not a Gatling gun. It's basically a machine gun designed for putting down suppressive fire. He also has a silenced phase pistol. So basically, the saw is a oh shit weapon. like we are in serious trouble. Need to put down a lot of deadliness very quickly.
And their tech is based on psionics, which we've established, right?
Yes.
Do we have any way of neutralizing psionic, like an EMP
No.
of sorts?
No. You've
Would
just
we have?
barely
Would there have,
invented the way of integrating or interacting with it. With
okay.
Your,
So we wouldn't have made like a psionic EMP at all.
nope, not such.
Okay.
There's no such thing at the moment.
Worth a shot asking, you know.
Oh no, it is. Totally.
Like maybe not like a dampener, but yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'd say we're ready for mission.
Do you agree, Chris? Any other thoughts? You had good ones already. Binoculars were fantastic.
Let's. Can't think of anything else off the top of my head. So yeah, I think we're done on the loadout screen, and let's deploy.
Can we like ask for like a fifth member, like as specifically to stay on the ship as a getaway driver, or no?
I had considered doing that. Sure. You can have someone to keep the engines running.
Good job, Speedy.
Yes. Yes.
Could be like AI or I don't know. Or the
No,
AI's not,
it's someone. It's a guy on the shuttle. I wasn't sure what to do
Speedy.
with it, so he will have a sheet that exists entirely in my head. So
yeah, the reason I ask is just because if we go all out, it would be better to have someone that could go in to pick us up rather than or reposition with a call.
Yes, that makes a lot of tactical sense.
Okay.
Anything else? Because you just have idea. It's great. It's fun when I don't have to do all the work.
Operation Red Knight is a go.
Red Knight. I can take. Ooh, that's a good one.
I like it. I like it.
And it's spelled with a K. Red Knight.
Red Knight, like red
Okay.
Kniggets.
Kniggets. Do they go?
They might.
The knights that go knee.
The red aliens that go knee.
I haven't watched that movie in
Mm-mm.
far too long. Oh, okay, that's a tribble right there. That's not a tribble. That's a holy hand grenade.
Yep.
Getting back on subject. All right, going once, going twice.
We forgot the oxygen.
Nope.
The atmosphere is fine, right?
Yes, the atmosphere is fine. The
Good.
atmosphere is breathable.
Good. Then we're
And
good. We have rations, right? But yeah, we
uh,
have replicator. We're good.
yeah, for
A
the
food
shuttle
replicator.
itself,
We're not gonna.
you have that's
Can
no
we
problem.
and we can bring? I assume we can replicate like basic rations and water.
Yes, to bring with you. You'll have. I mean, this is not expected to be a long mission. You can carry about 2 days worth of rations that you can live off of, so that's fine.
Okay.
That's probably not going to be an issue, but you can add that if you would like. 2 days rations.
I just assume we have rations.
Yeah, that's.
Just that I've established it beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Going. Gone. All right. Loadout screen is done. You are locked in for this mission.
Good.
Dramatic intro music.
Boom, boom, boom.
Cox gun.
Doom music.
Copyright music.
Oh god. All right. So now you're on the shuttle. This is the 3-day trip in. Chris and your getaway driver, actually the actual pilot. So yeah, Speedy will be his call sign. I don't need to think of the rest of his name. It's just Speedy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, the rest of his name does not matter. So yeah, it's gonna be a 6-day trip in, going at warp 6. All right. So on the trip, X-Ray is gonna have the conversation like this. So what are your guys thoughts of the mission? I don't know what to expect considering I've not really done this before.
Well, the best we can expect is to get in, get the information, and get out. But it's always good to be prepared for the worst. There's a good chance that you might end up having to kill quite a few Reds.
Oh, fun.
You good with a gun?
I can shoot, but I'm not. It's not exactly my forte. Uh,
I'd recommend doing some aim practice in advance, just so you know, so you don't trip over your own feet when we get into the mission.
in the shuttle.
I didn't mean using an actual gun. I meant like aim practice, getting used to handling the gun,
Oh,
making sure you know
sure.
how to rest on your shoulder,
Well,
be able to
yeah.
move
I mean,
with it without.
I know the basics. They put me through basic training, so I mean, I can use the thing, but I can't say. I mean, if I had to give myself a rating, I'd say I'm about a 4 out of 10. But I mean, I can shoot it. Can't guarantee I'm going to hit something.
That's fine. All I'm trying to tell you is that sometimes the difference between life and death is a 4 and a 4.1. So always be prepared.
What does that even mean?
A fraction of a second can mean the difference between life and death. So always be ready when it comes to the Reds.
You are great at instilling confidence, ma'am.
My goal is to keep you alive. Happiness is unfortunately a second priority, but I do believe you'll get through this fine. You're with us.
Out of character, I will
You'll
note one thing. You are relatively easygoing, so you don't have to be like so dead serious with everything.
Well, no, my character is saying this in a more casual tone. They're not like you're
Okay.
gonna die,
Okay.
but they're like, so they're trying to be like, I'm trying. They're kind of trying to be like, it's like, how do I say it? Like you gotta be. I think of like a mom who like always packs extra snacks for their kid. They're like, you gotta be prepared, but like it's a more serious like boss sort of style of it. It's like make sure you have everything ready, make sure you're prepped, you got your equipment, you got everything, you got your training done, you're not rusty. Okay, good. then we should be set on this. No issue. That's like, and hopefully we get through this mission, and it should be a one and done, in and out. You know what I mean? But they're not like you need to do this. If you don't do this, you're gonna die. It's like your life is on the line. They're more like you got to be careful. You got to get everything right. But assuming you put in the effort and you get your focus sharp, then everything should go just fine. But I want you to be ready for that.
Okay.
Make sense?
That's good enough. All right. Okay.
You can only be so easygoing, quote unquote, as a captain. And plus, easygoing's like, it's like relative to your role, I imagine.
Yeah. Yes, it says relatively easygoing.
Okay. Sorry. Can we get any scans of the planet when we're getting closer?
Remember, you don't want to do active scans.
Not but like passive scans, yeah. When we get or do we have any like geographical kind of like something we can see from a map or a previous sort of document on like the general geography
Well,
that we can just go over as we get closer?
yeah, I mean, you've got old data from what the topography of the planet looked like when last we had it, like 20 something years ago. So you know what it's supposed to look like, and you've got a broad idea of where this thing is being built. So you
Okay.
can look over that and have some idea. However, there's not been an actual scan of the planet in 2 years.
I'm gonna okay, but we got like a general coordinates for where is it like above ground, below ground? Any knowledge of that or?
I mean, what the construction that was seen last scan was above ground. You have no idea how much of it might be below ground. You know
Okay.
next to nothing about the facility itself except its location and maybe its general size, unless it's grown since the last scan was made.
I would like to look over the maps and data we have and see if there's any good potential infiltration points. If there's any points of notice, like again, an infiltration point, a place that has good cover to land.
Oh yeah, the landing site that was already decided. The landing site is
Okay,
somewhere the shuttle can be very well concealed, so
okay,
that
but
much
is
is
it?
known.
Are we able to get it from like? It's not like we have to sneak. It's gonna take like 20 minutes for it to get out of the hiding spot. Like it can, if it needs to be, it can just be like up and out and ready to get to us if
Yeah,
something
it's
emergency happens.
it's
Okay.
it's inside. It's not really a cave per se, but it's kind of like an opening on the side of a hill that's not very deep, but it's sort of a cave light. But
Okay.
that's 10 kilometers away, so that means the shuttle will be able to get to you within a few minutes in a case of emergency. Because that sucker can book in the atmosphere.
Hmm. Okay. So I'm just gonna wait now until we get like closer to the planet, since we're still a couple days out. You said.
It's 6 days at this point. I guess when you're doing that, let's say it's 3 days in. Now let me look at something. Who has Starship sensors?
Can you?
Woody.
I do.
Yes, they're pointless.
I was say I was gonna ask if Chris is because I don't know every character perfectly. I know X-Ray's the medic. Um, W
Dubs.
Dubs is like the bruiser, right?
Yeah, the wrestler with the
Yeah.
automatic rifle.
And then Woody is like like he has the tech skills or
Well, he's got the
no
demo. He's the demolitions guy. Now,
Hmm.
the funny thing
demolitions expert.
is,
Okay.
well, Xander X-Ray, he's got good computer operation, computer technology. So he's actually very good at that. Now,
Okay.
Woody is, yeah, he's the
He's the
demo
geek.
guy. Uh, I mean, he's got a smattering of technical skills. Now, actually, your dad was an engineer, so you've actually got some basic proficiency in a lot of different technologies.
We didn't bring thermite.
Too late now.
That would have been good to bring.
But I mean, if you
We
look
got
at your
explosive.
sheet, basically every technology you have at least a 10 in.
Actually, wait. No, we can't. Thermite's a combination between like rust and one other chemical, and then I think that's literally just thermite. It's like
Yes, like
aluminum
aluminum
and
and
rust,
yeah, something
like
like that.
oxidized metal, so rust.
Yeah.
Hmm. I don't think we have the chem skills to uh,
Thermite
you
on the
know,
fly, like improvised
yeah.
thermite grenades. Oh God.
Well, not thermite grenades, but like if we needed to like bust open a lock or something.
Mm,
I mean, we have explosives, but thermite isn't quite as loud.
this is true.
Actually, well, yeah.
Well, I don't think anyone in the party actually has chemistry.
Can. That's true.
Hmm.
All right, I'll allow something. Yeah, actually, you know what? It's you're gonna have a very
Woody's
good
like,
chance.
Papa always told me to bring an extra can of thermite wherever.
I'm gonna let
Yeah.
you always get the character with high luck. I'm gonna let you roll luck to see whether you actually did that, and this is kind of a retcon to the loadout screen. So you got to beat
Oh,
an
say like
80.
say I didn't bring it, but instead like I actually keep it like on my person or something.
Yes, it's rolling luck to see whether you actually wind up having it.
Last minute, remember to bring it. Wow, that's nice.
Or actually, no, you just find it
Um,
on the shuttle. Like, huh, who left this here?
it's like, oh, it's from our last mission.
And you rolled a
58.
58. Okay, yes, you're gonna find a case of thermite grenades in the storage in the shuttle.
I don't know if we need grenades
Well,
because
thermite
like
charges.
okay, yeah, because like thermite in of itself is just like the purpose is to like melt through something. It'd be kind of
Yes.
bad if we started just like molten magma
Yeah.
burning through everything in a radius.
All
Like,
right. Now, each
okay,
of these is technically going to count as a grenade, so you're going to have to remove grenades in order to add these.
okay. What does our other characters have on them right now?
Actually, Xander has no grenades. X-Ray has no grenades.
Okay,
So,
I'm gonna give him the thermite.
all right. So 6 thermite charges.
Yeah, it's a less combat oriented item, so hopefully he won't
True.
screw it up.
Yes. And he's got some good technical skills as well.
Yeah,
So,
he should be able to plant these decently enough. We are decked out.
We are ready.
yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes, you are, and I love it. Of course, you do realize with every thing you give yourself, that's one more challenge I can give you.
Potentially, yeah. But I'm trying to like have an answer to any problem we have.
And I can give you
And
more
that's what the
problems now.
point is. It builds better plot. There we
It
go.
does. It gives more interesting options and possibilities. I like it.
Though it doesn't mean you have to make something where we have to use everything. I'm just
No,
saying.
but,
It's
but,
like,
but,
oh
but.
no, there's a lock, and now there's also a thermite lock, and now there's also a site. I was like, that might be a bit much, but I don't think it's gonna happen. So,
I'm already thinking of possibilities for this, but okay,
okay.
we'll move right along. So, all right, Chris, roll starship sensors for me. So that's a 20, and your intelligence. So that's a 20 and a 60. So you're rolling against, I believe, a 40.
Yeah, because that'll bring me up to 80. Let's see how my rolls are going to go today.
Yes.
And this rolls for what again? I just kind of zoned out for a second.
Starship sensors.
Ah, okay.
And now, actually, because he's at the helm, you're going to get a boost, potentially a boost from Speedy. He's got to beat a 50. And oh, where's my mouse? There's my mouse. He's not going to be of any assistance on that one. So, all right, you got to beat a 40.
Yes.
Okay, very nice.
Just, I like it.
You are going to detect the warp signature of a red ship about half a light year, I guess to the right, off of your starboard side. So if you're facing forward, that's the right side of the ship, and it is heading in your general direction.
Is there any debris clusters or asteroid fields?
No, but so the trajectory it's on, if you don't change course, it will come to within scanning distance of you, like that zero point 0.1 light years away. However, you now have the opportunity to divert to avoid that.
I'd recommend changing course. Woody?
I totally agree.
Okay.
I'm gonna deviate enough to get out of any potential crossing paths with it.
Okay. All right. Congratulations. You avoided a whole problem that might have come up. Yay. With
We're
that,
hope
nothing else of any note is going to happen until you reach the planet. Uh,
Can we wait to land until like, at dusk?
well, what you're going to see is there's actually a scout ship in orbit.
Okay.
Now, remember, if you stay more than 1,000 kilometers away, you're not really going to register very well. But of course, to be with like coming at the planet, you're going to have to get within zero point 0.1 light years. So what's going to happen is, of course, it's going to detect you, but not realize what you are. Uh, so how do you want to handle this?
Okay. Again, is there any debris or asteroid fields?
Around the planet, no. It is
Like a
just.
ring of Saturn style? No.
Well, you know what? Let me just roll to see. 50-50. Nope.
Would- Uh, what do we look like to them? That's my question.
Basically, you're a
Like our
hole in
exterior.
space. I mean, the ship is black, so visually you cannot see it unless you're like silhouetted
Okay.
by something. Now there is a moon around the planet. That's a good
Okay.
about million kilometers out.
I would say we should try and drift towards the moon,
Okay.
and if we can meet, I don't know. Okay. Again, party decision. If we rotate towards the planet and maybe cut our engines at some point to kind of try and simulate being like a random asteroid, rather than like I don't know if they can like pick up on energy signatures of a ship or something, or how any of that would the technical aspect would go. But definitely taking cover behind something would be better.
Chris, what are your thoughts?
I was thinking, if there's a spot we could hide out until their orbit sort of like becomes the opposite side of us, then we can sort of like sneak in.
Hmm.
All right. Well, as you're coming in, the ship is going to start coming towards you.
Hmm. What would be a good solution?
It's the kind of thing that we, what is it, cut power and, you
Yeah,
know,
because
Well,
they can't
remember,
physically.
if it gets within 1,000 kilometers of you, the jig is up.
Well, I definitely say we should try and keep a steady pace, like no sudden big jolts, but keep a steady path towards the moon. I kind of like that was our original trajectory.
Hmm. Yes, you
So
are.
kind of
You
trying to
are.
simulate a foreign, like an alien bot, like a trying to simulate something similar to an asteroid rather than like an actual like maneuver. Like we're like not zigzagging. We're taking like a trajectory, kind of like being shot through space, like an asteroid's
Okay.
towards it, course towards the moon
All right. Now, if you cut
at a
engines,
speed that would prevent them from catching up too much.
that's exactly what I was going to say. If you cut engines, they are going to. Well, the thing with
Yeah,
space, of course,
I
is
don't want to cut engines yet.
you cut engines. It's a vacuum, so you're not going to lose speed, despite the way it looks in the shows. So if you're moving fast enough, you can try to outrun them. However, what's going to happen is if you just cut engines, they are going to speed up to intercept.
Yeah, keep a steady pace that isn't that like keeps them like at a distance, but gives us enough time to reach the moon
Okay,
without looking too suspicious.
that is totally doable. The ship will close to within 50,000 kilometers of you in the interim.
Okay, have we made it to the moon yet?
Yes, you are now next to the moon. So basically, relatively
Okay.
speaking, the ship is 50,000 kilometers behind you. and you are adjacent to the moon. It is on your starboard side.
Okay. So is it currently out of line of sight of us?
No, the moon is not between you and the ship.
Okay. And we're not able to cut around it yet?
You can start
Or
to.
okay. The only issue is we went for, the trajectory we aimed for it. Would it be able to simulate? Okay. Okay. So our ship is black, and the moon is like, is it like a grayish white, or is it like a kind of blended color?
It's copper, so it's kind of greenish. Copper is the primary mineral you find in most of it.
Hmm.
Well, actually, no. Copper
I
only turns green if it oxidizes, so it's kind of a brownish. Yeah.
and so we wouldn't blend in very well with it, would we?
No, no.
I would, yeah. So I don't think we, if we landed, we would be very visible to them, and they would probably start doing scans. And I
Yes.
don't think we can take the risk of trying to land on it and like try and hide somewhere. So it would probably be best to try and orbit around, get into a blind spot, and then while we're on the other side, we punch it while before they can like really detect us, while in like the kind of dead zone, and then kind of just skid out of there, and then like try to re-land somewhere. Does that sound good?
All right. Sorry. I was. Can you repeat that succinctly? I was making a roll.
So basically, what I think is we take a turn, we try to like duck behind the moon so they can't scan, like they can't find us, they can't track us. They kind
Okay.
of like, it breaks line of sight, breaks their ability to track us,
Mhm.
and then we push our engines to get out of their range and get into like a more tactically hidden position from them, like just basically make a getaway,
Okay.
and then try to re-land on the planet after that. But basically, we're trying to use the moon as like a kind of like a Batman, like turn back around and he's gone
Yes. Okay.
situation.
Yes. That's. Uh, I just did a roll for X-Ray, who actually has some points in Starship strategy and tactics, combat strategy and tactics. He's going to say, yes. So you would have suggested that in game. I said, yeah, Lieutenant. That based on what I remember from what my ship did back in the day, that does seem like it would work effectively. Yeah, hide behind the moon until they can't see us, and then book it to get to the atmosphere before they make it back around.
Hmm. Any objections? Kind of turns to the crew. Any other ideas?
No, I think that's a good one.
All right then. Proceed with the plan.
All right.
Make it so.
All right. So Speedy is going to do the thing. As soon
Good.
as the red ship gets out of range, once it's blocked, yeah, you are going to wait until it's basically on the far side and then push it as hard as you can without like destroying your
Giving ourselves
stealth.
away. Yeah.
Yeah, without and get yourself to the point in the atmosphere where you need to enter.
Good.
Uh, and that is going to work successfully. By the time the ship has come around the moon, you are already into the atmosphere on the far side of the planet.
Good. And so, are we close to? Okay. So we have we reached the hiding point yet?
Well, you're on the far side of the planet from the facility, so it's going to take about a few hours for you to circumvent the planet, getting to the landing spot. Now, I do need to make one roll for Speedy. He's got to beat a 60 on this one, because you're traveling at treetop height, or like less than 200 meters above the ground.
Okay.
He's going to wind
Speedy.
up clipping a few trees in the process. Um, Actually, hold on. Let me. Well, no, that wouldn't have. No, that wouldn't have helped anyway. Uh, yeah.
Could I try to assist Speedy?
Well, even if he had to beat a 60.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking there a second, but no. The ship doesn't suffer significant damage. However, you do leave kind of a path behind you in a few spots.
Not impressed by Speedy so
Mm.
far.
No.
Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna can we make some okay, so can I use hunting and tracking uh to kind of see if we can actually make some other damage that like not to our ship but like to the terrain so
Uh-huh.
that that would lead people away from us?
Yeah, you absolutely can do that.
Start a fire.
I mean,
Okay. Um okay, so hunting and track. Hey, I'm using the skill.
hey man, I love when this happens. Like, what the hell is that going to be useful? Uses it in a way that makes absolutely perfect sense, but would never be how you'd think to use it. I love it.
Okay, so what do I roll to combine with hunting and tracking? Just straight hunting tracking, or do I combine it with something
Intelligence,
else?
intelligence to know how to do it.
So it'd be like so it's 70 and 75, so like a 72.5, so
Yeah, so you got to
73.
beat a 72. No, a
Okay.
73.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so you know
I love it
exactly
when a
what to do.
plan comes together.
All right, so how do you want to accomplish this?
Basically, I guess the best thing there's two paths to choose. It's there's like to cover our tracks, so to make it look like it was just damaged trees.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of like erase our tracks by do like basically causing, or we can do a split path, which would so one would basically alert people that there is something. The other would be like, oh, there's just something happened here, like maybe it was like a tree broke over or something. So I definitely want to try and make it look like no one invaded the area, and but
Okay.
instead make it look like something like a natural geographical occurrence so that there's no way that they can track like something passed through here and then put people on alert. I want people to be like, oh, something in nature happened naturally, and
Right.
you know what I mean.
That checks out. So, okay. So how do you want to accomplish? So which do you want to do, and how do you want to accomplish it?
I'm gonna do the one to just kind of like make it look like a natural occurrence in nature.
Okay.
um it said we clipped some trees, right?
Yeah. So there's some trees that like the top few feet of them is gone.
mm, I'm trying to think of how this could be done. The best guess is there any like I guess I would probably okay. This is hard because I don't actually have amazing skills in tracking and in hiding tracks, but I imagine like the best way we could do it would be to damage the trees in a way, because these are trees, right?
Yes.
Okay. Um, we could actually do like a controlled forest fire,
Okay.
which if it's dry enough, like
It is dry
is it
enough. Yeah.
so it's like tindered, kind of like wouldn't be hard to start a fire.
Yeah. This planet has been terraformed for the last 15 years, so it's not that lush. Um,
Okay. And how far away is this from the place we would be hiding in?
you
Like a
are
good
about
safe distance.
half the way there. So
So
you're
like
a quarter of the planet away.
okay, yeah. So there's no way. Yeah, how would they track us from this? Yeesh. Okay, but yeah, I would actually say if we started a small scale, like a naturally occurring forest fire, like but we actually did it, um, then we could divert people's attention towards it, assuming that they're really into their ecosystem, or just it wouldn't be much of an issue because people would be assuming that it's a natural occurrence.
Hmm.
So ironically enough, as you, Chris, that you made a joke about it being a forest fire, that actually might be that's kind of our best solution to do like a naturally occurring dry location forest fire. We're not gonna try and like make it go rampant, but we're trying to make it simulate like, oh, a forest fire naturally occurred in this dry because that's what happens in nature. Yeah, so that's what we're
Hmm.
going with.
Okay. How are you going to do this?
Um, I imagine. Well, I mean, I imagine we can literally use like a phaser or something very simple to like ignite some of like the damaged trees, or like a certain like dry bramble area, like an area that looked like, for example, a good area where forest fires break out is usually in very dense vegetation
Well, that's basically where he
to
clipped
dry
some
it up.
trees. Was
Yeah.
in a dense forest area with a lot of
So I
undergrowth.
would put it on the like on that area where it would seem to most naturally occur.
Okay.
And
And
probably just because we could probably just use like a low power phaser, because we just need to spark the fire and then it should take care of itself.
okay.
Just we have to make sure that the stuff that was damaged abnormally is like something is what we're burning up first.
All right. So your hand phasers have the heat function, but so does the phasers on the shuttle.
Which would put less of a blip. I would say if we want to, we would probably try and start it with like we wouldn't land, but we'd like open up a hatch slightly, fire a basic, because we don't want to heat up our ship's engines and then make us a blip on the radar.
Okay.
And
All right then.
I imagine hand phasers are like just the power and energy behind it is significantly smaller. Would I be right about that?
Yeah,
Like
yeah, but it's still
it wouldn't
totally
like trigger
capable of.
anything.
It's totally capable of lighting a fire on heat.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I'll try to do that.
All right.
Focus on the
So what this is going to be is it's going to be a marksmanship, but you're getting a plus 30 because what you're aiming at is so freaking huge. So
yeah, it's not moving.
well,
It's like
your 2 hit is a basic is already a 70. So
well,
this
my
caps.
marksmanship modern is 80, so
No, it's set. Well, but remember, 2 hit modern is 70 because it's the average of your dexterity in that.
oh okay.
Yeah, at the top of your sheet.
So I have 100% chance of hitting.
Well,
unless I roll a 1.
caps out at 99. So yeah, you have a 99% chance. Okay, so yeah,
Yeah,
you're
You
able to
got this.
successfully start the fire.
I'm a good captain.
Can I start singing Billy Joel? We didn't start the fire.
Ah,
Always turns That's actually on my playlist.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
All right, now tracking-wise, you would also know that starting one fire, it may take a while for it to engulf the entire area, so you may want to start multiple.
if that's if okay, because you're saying that's the smart option.
Yes, just you would
Yes,
know
I'll do
that because IRL you don't really know tracking, but in game you would understand this.
Then I will do that.
Okay, so we got to roll again for the next one.
A 99, you say?
Yeah.
Okay, and this isn't gonna burn up too much time, but I'm
No,
right?
no, this is literally only take like a few minutes.
Oh, that was
You
close.
still did it. All right.
That it or one more?
One more is probably good. Okay, so yes, you have started 3 fires that will link together fairly soon, and that it'll take about an hour, but the area that you were at is no longer to be noticeable that something flew through there.
Good.
Okay.
Good teamwork.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good call on the forest fire.
All right. Let's see here. I was looking at actually, Chris, if he wanted to take over piloting, he actually has a 55 instead of a 60 that Speedy has, so he could have technically done worse. However, if you want, you can say, okay, Speedy, just sit back. Right? Just let's let Woody handle this. But
Can
that's
I
up to
use
you.
my leadership to give him a bonus?
Um,
Or administration or leadership? Kind of like as, like I'm kind of just like giving him some minor like terrain pointers or tracking methods to avoid making like a similar like print on the land.
that's going to be a 3-way roll then. Leadership, your own shuttlecraft pilot, which is a 10, and your intelligence.
Leadership, so 70, 75, and then shuttlecraft.
So 10.
Operation. So, okay. Pull out my calculator for this one. And this is just for a bonus after all, so it's not.
Yes.
Um,
And Chris can actually roll shuttlecraft pilot 2 for a bonus if he
70,
wants to co-pilot.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that.
All right, got to beat a 55.
10 divided by 3.
55. That's something I can't drive using old man terms. Oh,
Nope,
dang
you
it.
are no help at all.
It either goes perfectly or it goes.
Exactly.
Okay, 52.
52.
Ah, that's close.
It's close.
Closer than me.
Not close enough. All right, so he's going to roll again against a 60 to see how well he gets us the rest of the way.
I can't make all of these fires.
He
Speedy's doing well now.
like he could not get any closer to the tops of some of these trees he's going over. But you make it to the landing spot, no problem after that.
Yay.
All right. I think
Speedy, just remember you don't need to hit the engine too hard.
let's take a 5-minute break. Come back at 2. I'm gonna stretch my legs, grab a drink. This will be a good spot.
Yeah.
I
Now
was
that we're
just about to
boots on the
say,
ground,
Oh, yeah.
we're gonna go
Yeah,
in.
I was
and
gonna
have some
say
fun.
like as we land, that'd be a great time to break.
bio
Yes.
break here. So,
All right.
Perfect.
Intermission.
And now we wait for
everyone.
dusk.
Dusk.
all
All
right,
right.
CJ,
See
we
you in
gotta
5
move.
minutes.
Be right back.
I'll be there.
I got Walmart brand veggie straws, so I'm going to crunch and annoy chat.
I thought.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Well, everyone but Chris. He's off doing things. He'll be back momentarily. Then we'll continue. So now it's me and Coinless. Hey, man, how's life doing?
Yeah, pretty good. It's welcome back to snack grading the show. So how would you rate your snack?
I am addicted to Walmart brand veggie straws, and I don't know why. I
Veggie.
can eat a whole bag
So
in
what
one
is
sitting.
exactly what are they made of? I know veggies, but like what specific ones?
Ingredients: potato starch, potato flour, vegetable oil. May contain one or more of the following: sunflower oil, safflower oil, canola oil, sea salt, cane sugar, spinach powder, tomato powder, beetroot powder, turmeric. Spinach, tomato, and beetroot powder. Oh dear. I don't know if I wanted to read that. Beetroot powder? What the hell?
It sounds healthy, relatively speaking.
I guarantee you they're still not great for me. But
Hmm.
Chris, been more than
So
5 minutes.
I gotta ask you,
Mm.
what's your thought on blueberry muffins?
I don't like them. I'm not a fruit person. Chocolate
Mm.
chip muffins, yes. Birthday cake muffins,
I
which I actually have in the other room,
mm,
yes.
I I love blueberry muffins specifically because they don't taste like they taste like a bit like a treat, but they taste more like an actual like proper food. It doesn't taste like it's like, oh, it's a dessert, you know?
I don't know.
And to me, like chocolate chip muffins are like that's like a dessert. And so that's why like I personally like they'll have but sometimes they'll have blueberry muffins and I don't know why it's actually kind of hard to find them, but if you want like fresh good blueberry muffins, half of the time people sell them with like a thick layer of sugar on top of them and I don't know why. I'm like, it's like crystallized hard sugar. I'm like, I just want a plain blueberry muffin. But nope. It's like, oh, we don't sell those. We only sell the ones covered in like a literal like thick layer of sugar on top.
Yeah,
It's like it's a solid crystal layer. I'm like, I just want the muffin, you know?
the muffin, the whole muffin, nothing but the muffin.
I just want the muffin, man.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
The muffin man. Yeah.
The Muffin Man.
The one that lives on Drury Lane.
Yep. Do you know?
Isn't Vel married to the muffin man?
No, no, she's not.
The muffin man.
She can live on Drury Lane, though. I'll give you that. That's fun. Now, one big thing to remember for a character: she hates the Reds. So this whole thing.
Oh yeah, no,
Okay.
yeah, no. I already know what I'm not going to make her like I'm not going to do that though. But I am going to make I already kind of got an idea of like what's going on with her hatred.
Beautiful.
But I'm not going to make her like sacrifice the mission for her hatred.
Good. See, you're good at this stuff. I
'Cause-
like working with you. You're a professional tabletop guy.
Thank you. I'm kind of impressed that you say that as my only two characters I've played is either an idiot or a psychopath.
Well, now you're doing. You have range. You have range.
Yay! This was my chance. I'm like, finally, I can prove that that I can play a properly structured character,
Because I was half
at least in a
expecting.
short format setting.
I was half expecting this would be Fish reincarnated and would just be like completely
Mm-hmm.
off the rails. But no, I have been very happy with how you've run this.
Mm. I really like the kind of Black Ops theme of it all too. That made me like, oh, that's interesting. I thought we were gonna be like on like a ship. I'm like, nope. We're infiltration unit. I'm like, oh, that's so good.
Now, one reason I did this also is when I did that one session with your brother, that was a one-off, just him. That was a mission kind of like this. It was
Ah,
set. It was like related to Darkwater. So if you've not seen that, you really should go back and watch it.
yeah, okay.
But it was like a flashback to his time in Darkwater.
Is it On YouTube, or is it on the Twitch? Because the Twitch channel might not have it anymore.
I think it's on YouTube.
Okay, I've checked. Yeah, I've checked the YouTube, the Rabbit Haberdashery YouTube channel. Yeah,
Yes. Yeah,
I'll go
visit that.
there to rewatch some of the awesome content that's been created by us
Get to
in
watch
this
my bullshit all
community.
over again.
Hmm.
But it gives
This-
some origins on how Darkwater became what it was or what it is now.
Yeah.
Is a rogue
When that one
entity.
conversation that I had with Eric I was like, yeah, let's just talk about Darkwater. I also realized like, oh yeah, I forgot to bring up I forgot like that Darkwater was an actual criminal syndicate, but that was slash and then there was also the quote unquote criminal syndicate, and I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't specify. I just meant I was being very general about it, which kind of worked. When I was talking about like Darkwater and being the whole being a part of Darkwater, I didn't mention which Darkwater.
Yeah.
Kind of lore spoilers, but let's just assume Eric won't or anyone won't watch this
He probably will.
particular moment. Oh, you will, but maybe you won't know what I'm talking about in this particular scene.
Perhaps. Perhaps. Okay.
I am back.
All right. Actually, one thing I entirely forgot to do is add these characters, so I'm going to do that while you guys are approaching because I'm stupid. Let's see. So that one
What's
is
going
going
on?
to be controlled. I forgot to put the tokens in roll 20 because I'm dumb.
Ah.
So let's see. They're in here somewhere. Luckily, I made them all last night. I just didn't actually add them. All right. So on roll 20 now, you should have
I see
Vel.
Castor and Pollux, the system still.
No, in your. Hold on. I didn't do that part yet.
Oh, the character sheets.
Yes. All right. So
Oh, there they are.
you got Vel there.
It's loading in, but yeah.
Okay.
For the image.
Where's that? Under the
I haven't got yours yet. I'm doing that real quick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you're going to have Woody. All right. Let's see.
This will be quite the tale if these characters actually survive whatever happens. It's like, oh well, now they're canon.
Yes.
Can't-
I mean, there's entirely the possibility that they will show up later. I kind of hope they do. That'll be fun.
Are they canon or are they going to be canon fodder?
Well, definitely the first, possibly both. All
Dude, can
right.
you imagine it? Like we somehow like our characters survive whatever happens, and then like our main characters find them and end up killing them. That would be such that. What is that? That's like poetic justice to like the saddest degree.
I don't know if it's poetic justice. All right, so Chris, you should be able to see
Certain
Woody in your journal.
Yep, I got him.
Perfect. Okay.
I got them, but like it's like still loading for whatever reason.
Refresh roll 20.
Okay.
That should fix it. All right. Well, I'm setting this up. So you're about 10 kilometers or 10 clicks southwest of the facility.
Okay. First thing I kind of had in mind is, wait until it gets dark. Like until basically dusk hits, the end of dusk.
Okay.
Into the night.
Good news, you land very close to dusk.
Good. Because what we want to do is we're gonna try and, at least I would suggest that we wait until it gets dark, and then do we have like a time cap on how long we can spend here? Like how many days?
No, you do not. This is entirely up to how quick you're able to do this.
Because what I would recommend we do is we spend like a first night scouting out the terrain and making preparations, looking for structural, weaknesses,
Okay.
and potentially making some backup plans. And
Okay.
then night 2 is when we actually strike.
All right. You are the
Chris, your
boss.
thoughts?
You can absolutely do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I kind of just want, it's like, Chris, is that what you think solid
I think
plan?
that's a very solid plan.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Would
So,
we yeah,
no, go ahead.
would we need to cover our tracks, or can we say with somewhat confidence that we can passably get to point A to point B without them spotting us from like super far away?
No, you don't need to go through the trouble of like covering.
Okay. Because I wanted to look for a vantage point for the facility
Okay.
under the cover of night.
All right. So yeah,
Okay.
so 10 kilometers away. By the time you get to visible range of the facility, it is nighttime.
Good. I kind of turn to Woody. It's like, Woody, grab your binoculars. We're gonna scan the terrain. Look for it,
Okay.
and yeah, keep an eye out for any structural weaknesses within the actual building on the surface level. At entrance point, we're gonna take an eye for guard rotation if they do have any, and also if there's any weak points within the actual terrain itself that we could potentially place some C4 charges on if we need to go critical.
Go
Need to
loud.
go go loud,
Hmm.
yeah. That'll be our let's see. Now I'm just thinking of a code name. Uh it depends on what actually the diversion will be, but
Sounds like code boom boom or something.
Boom, boom.
how about can we call it planned Gehenna meant to be a reference towards when we like decimated Gehenna when we went there the first time and we took the area. So this is meant to be like all force, like full force. Like we're just gonna like because basically what I'm looking for is I want to see if there like is like there's a facility, right? Because we found it and we
Yep.
reached the point. Is there any like higher terrain locations like rock
Yes.
that if we put some C4 in the right area, we could like effectively uh drop it and cause damage to the facility, or like cause such a big ruckus that like people have to like be like it's like we basically you know force them to take action towards whatever the danger is and give us a chance like an opening.
All right. So good news for you is from the initial scans, the facility is kind of sitting in not a crater, but kind of like there's high walls around multiple sides of it. What that does mean though is there's a limited number of ways you can get in and out, like through
Exactly.
mountain passes.
Yeah, so I'm hoping okay, that's actually pretty good. So oof, that means entrance point wise we don't have as much versatility because we don't have any rope or climbing tools. Um, but first off, yeah, can we collect? We're gonna spend the first night collecting as much data. So,
Okay.
how? What does it look like when it comes to, for example, through our binoculars and all that? How do they like? One thing is just gonna be like a passive thing as we spend time watching. Their like rotation of guards slash how they're like actively like how do they patrol? Like where do they patrol? When do the guard post shifts happen? When would be the most opportune time for us to infiltrate and all that? It's the
All right.
first one.
So from the vantage points that you're able to get to, you are going to see a facility that looks like this. If you'll go to roll 20.
Okay.
All right.
Now I want to tell you a very fun fact. You know how I got this map?
I get Star Wars vibes.
No, it's AI generated.
Ooh,
No kidding.
So I will have maps for the rest of my life that are just
that is
like
that's nice.
yes. All right, so you're going to see the facility, different buildings. You'll also notice there is a transport looking ship sitting on a pad closer to the south side of the location. But you're going to notice that, yes, there are reds. Gotta add that. Going around periodically. Now, some of the ones that you see going around actually do appear to be armed with some kind of energy weapon.
Hmm.
Oh, you're not supposed to be that big.
Oh my gosh, they have a juggernaut.
No.
We should have brought RPGs and anti-tank rifles.
Yeah, no. Let's see. So you're going to see there are multiple at this cargo ship. Let's see. Appear to be loading in and out supplies. A few walking around, or floating around, actually. Actually, fun thing you're going to notice is... actually, no, you wouldn't notice that. Never mind. I did not say anything. But at any given time, there's about a half dozen on the exterior, 3 of those being guards, mostly patrolling the exterior. Like, at this point, there's one, you see the one way far left. There's one now, like, top right, and there's one right now top bottom. And they just kind of rotate, just kind of following each other in a giant circle. They appear to change out about every 6 hours.
Okay. Does the cargo ship ever leave, or is it just always stationed there?
No, it has not left this whole time. Now, when the shifts change, what happens is the new one comes out, and then they have a brief conversation or something, looks like a conversation, and the other one goes back in. That lasts for about 30 seconds. So there's about 30 seconds every 6 hours where none of the guards are moving.
Okay.
Now, as far as ways in, you'll notice the bottom. There's 2 ways in at the bottom and 1 way in on the left, or the west. 2 on the south, 1 on the west.
Bottom and top left?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the one at the top left is much closer to the edge of the main, what looks like the main building. So that way would seem to give more cover for entering.
Okay.
Now, the ways on the south, though, however, have steeper walls. So as far as if you wanted to set explosive charges, those would be ones that you could actually collapse a route to block behind you. So actually roll, I'm probably giving you more than I should. Roll small unit tactics and intelligence. That's a 50 and a 75.
Okay. Where'd my phone go? There it is. So I can do the maths.
Can I roll 2 or?
Do you have that?
I do have small unit tactics.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. You can do that.
63.
So it was
You're rolling
that...
against a 45 there, Chris.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Nope.
Okay. You got it.
Oh wait.
Just short.
I did. Oh, I had to scroll all the way back up, and I was like, I saw a roll that I made like 3 weeks ago that said
No, you got a 50.
52. Because I reloaded it, so everything got reset, and I was like to the top of the quarter.
So yeah, everything I just told you is what you would have figured out. I should have made you roll before
Okay.
that, but yeah. So
Well,
what would seem to be the best option is infiltrating from the left side when the patrols are shifting.
Okay. I do think that we should find a way of setting up charges near one of the south exits. As a divergence and technically, I don't know if there's any way that we can set it up to where we drop, like, okay, where can I ping? Where's my pinging?
Ping.
Pingy thing.
Is
Ping
ping?
thing.
Nope.
Ping thing.
What is the ping? Is it actually fine if I just wait,
Just
pencil or
use the arrow and then just click and hold.
there it is.
Yeah.
I wanna see. Can we set up charges here, and maybe it can do some damage to the craft if it like if we blow up enough and it kind of flings from like the rock edge to this area, maybe either to the left building or the vehicle. If we could maybe do some get some like kind of rock slide tactical damage done to these sort of areas.
Well, the cliff is high enough that it would damage the building bottom left, but it would not reach the ship.
Okay,
It would make it
that's
about halfway to
good
the
enough.
ship.
Okay. I feel like we should definitely set up some charges on one of those. On like this particular spot, because in that way, if we need a distraction, that would be able to get it for us.
Okay.
Because it would draw the enemy's attention in the guards towards the south, which would give us an entrance from the west or the north west.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, your
Mm-hmm.
thoughts? Because
I like it.
you're the explosives expert here. So if you think there's any other, how you should use your explosives.
No, I think that's a good plan.
I wish I can, because the thing is, so that's step. I'm actually gonna open up a new Google page just so I can keep all my notes for the plan. Okay, the plan. C4 charges near southern cliffs. Okay, so C4 charges near the southern cliffs. I'll just say that though this is good. I'm just gonna label this charge or trigger A. So if we need to
Okay.
keep track of which because I assume if we can do this remotely, do we need to keep track of which is connected to where, or is it
Your tactical tricorder is able to detonate any of them individually, or actually,
okay?
Chris has a detonator himself. They could either do it. That allows him to choose which ones to set off.
Just gonna label it charge A so I can keep track of it a bit. Okay. So we should absolutely do that. That should just be something we should do. I don't know how much C4 we will need to get the op. Do you want like? Can we? Yeah,
Chris, do a
because I'd prefer to use as little as possible.
Intelligence and demolition. So you're rolling against a 50. All right,
Nice.
you know exactly how much you're going to need. If you set 2 C4 charges on the bottom of that cliff, they will sufficiently collapse it to. It would actually block that entire route off. So you would not be able to go through there. Damage that building and set a rubble pile about halfway to the ship.
Okay. Can we get to that point safely without being detected if we were to just make a quick could we plant and hide them?
Well, that's going to you can attempt to.
Okay. Because I was hoping that we could set them near somewhere like on like the top of the cliff rather than like sneak all the way to the base and plant them.
Okay. That could
Would that
also
be
work.
possible?
Yeah, you could. Well, you can set it about halfway up would work.
Okay. Because I want to do is I want to try and set up things that will from a point at which we won't be detected, and then move from there to stuff that would be more risky. Like this, I want us to be able to do and get us a guaranteed something without any with the smallest chance of failure as possible, and then we can move on to more risky maneuvers. But what I want to do is I want to take the safest option, as in like this won't be spotted, it won't be detected. This will be like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is our like most crucial plan. So I was hoping even if we can't get as big of an effect like collapsing like every building or something, but if we can just we need a divergence. Like we need something that can like divert their attention, do some damage and maybe do some cover if we wanted to leave. but something that would like really pull their attention. Because I want before anything else to have a good Black Ops us sneaking in position. That's what this is for. If we need to, I would if it sacrifices a hideout, I would be willing to do that because if we can instead like near the top northwest, if we can just set up charges on those to like collapse it in behind us for a retreat, I would prefer that and just spend a bit more C4 charges rather than take a risk like of just placing the charges and getting caught. Because if we can't even get step 1 of the plan done, then you know this
All
is
right.
meant to be our golden ticket, and I don't want to like put any more risk on it than possible.
Now, unfortunately, both the route to the northwest and the route dead center to the south, the walls are not steep enough to collapse them behind you to block off the route. The bottom, the southwestern one's the only one that's steep enough to do that.
Okay. So, because the thing is, what I'm hoping to do is set off the charges if, like, while we're in. Well, no. Okay. We can work with. So, that would be charge A. So, Chris, your thoughts on us setting up that charge as a potential escape route and do some damage? Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. Do we
Okay.
want another explosion like on the opposite side
I
to
was
like
yeah.
distract them, kind
I
of
was gonna
thing?
say, and that's where I can set up some of my stun grenades, and I can use that on a different position to cause for like, and that to be the actual distraction. Since we are, what I'm guessing is we're going to try and infiltrate from the northwest. This is closest to the building, and it would take us the least amount of time to get into the main building, if that's correct, Tripper.
I mean, that would seem to be the case. I mean, that's your judgment.
Well, I'm just saying from like the information we've gathered, like
Mm-hmm.
that's the conclusion we've come to, right? Like from data wise. Okay. So I would suggest we enter from the northwest and infiltrate into that building. There is a chance that there is an underground connector, like an underground facility that leads from the northwest towards the south, and we might be able to sneak out through the southern building and enter from the and escape to the south. We don't know that for certain though. I definitely do want us to set up a charge B just for the sake of having a safe distraction. So Tripper,
Yes.
would that be possible for us to set up like a B charge, maybe somewhere near the uh, kind of mid east, right east side around here?
I mean, yeah, you
Um,
absolutely can set up any
yeah.
charge you want to.
Okay. Well, I'm just like, can we set up a charge without like not like going down the road path, but like on the mountain to like like to draw attention and like maybe uh draw the like get people from that like the scouting to go towards the issue.
Yeah, I mean,
You
you
know what I
could
mean?
set up a charge like on top of the cliff or
Yeah,
something to cause a landslide
exactly.
there.
And we like safely put up a charge B without having to sneak.
Yeah, you could make it to the top of the cliff and you'd be
Hmm,
probably well
I
enough.
like that.
Okay, so that's definitely I'm gonna put that down. I will sacrifice. Well, yeah. How much stun grenades would it be? Do we need for like a proper distraction?
Um. Okay.
Or
Do
can I
another
just assume?
demolitions roll for me there, Chris.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay.
Let's see a second here. 2 stun grenades buried properly would cause a landslide large enough that it would be detectable from anywhere in the exterior of the facility.
Good. Okay. That sounds
It's
like a
not going
good
to be a
one.
huge one, but it's definitely enough to cause some noise.
That's what I'm looking for. So
It
two
wouldn't,
stun grenades.
yeah, it wouldn't damage anything. I mean, even if you set it right here, um, you see where I'm pinging on the far right side?
I'm just switching back to the map. Yeah, that's totally fine.
Even if you
We're
put it
not looking for,
there,
yeah.
yeah, it wouldn't damage anything.
Yeah,
That's
we're
that's
not looking for damage
yeah.
with this charge. The charge A is going to be the damage getaway charge if we need it,
Yep.
but charge B is going to be the distraction charge if the charge on the point, yeah, B charge is just meant to, if we're in like a dangerous situation and we have not been detected yet, we can use that to lure the guards away from our current position and safely either exit or infiltrate.
All right.
Okay.
Now, one other piece of information that I probably should have mentioned earlier, but about 5 kilometers to the northwest, there is another base that appears to be a military type base.
Oh, okay. So the northwest, that's not like an entrance point. That's like a connector to another base.
I'm sorry, I meant northeast. Northeast.
North,
So, like, there's a
north.
wall, like a mountain dividing it,
Oh,
but
okay.
it's another 5 out there.
What's this? Pinging bottom, kind of right side.
That
Is that
appears to be an excavation arm.
okay? I wasn't sure if that was like a connective tube that they
No,
could get
no,
from
it's
like the other
just
side.
it's just hanging off the
Yeah.
edge of the map.
But they probably wouldn't be. They can't like just scale the mountain wall like as the
No,
most
no, 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 no,
practical. They would have to.
no.
Okay.
If you want to do you want to do some recon on that facility as well?
Um. Uh. I would say from a tactical perspective, that would be smart as long
Okay.
as it wouldn't give away our position.
No, under the cover of dark, you're able to get there no problem.
Okay.
So I
Good.
don't have a map for that, but what you're going to see there is it's a military base. It actually appears to be a trying to think what exactly is it.
Because the number one priority is not to compromise our position. That's
Right.
step number
Right.
one above
Mhm.
all else. So I don't want to take any action that'll cause us to be spotted before we even prep, because then that's just gonna have us have to retreat.
Yes. So it appears to have yeah, it's a
Also, just to pre-establish, our
mhm.
phasers are always set to kill,
Okay.
so we don't have to switch over to like from stun.
It appears to be a command outpost of some kind,
Okay.
and there presently are 2 small ships that appear to be shuttles.
They have 2 shuttle ships.
Yeah, there's shuttle, and there's a bunch of there's actually quite a few people or reds there. Probably at least you can see at least 2 dozen outside at any given time.
Hmm. Oh yeah, I was hoping that we wouldn't have to deal with too much airstrike, but
Yeah.
that is a potential danger. Could we set up out like off of the map, like not like off of the map, like where we currently are, or maybe a bit close, like maybe not close to the base, but could we set up a like a kind of hidden out, like a hidden spot, like where we could hide,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
on our way out, like
Absolutely.
if we needed to, like say we're being hunted down and they're like following us on foot or by, like scouting by air, like this is a place we could build to duck into to stay hidden for like a day or two
Do a
if need be.
tracking roll.
Okay, I want to, because that's what I want. I'm going to build that, and we can store our rations in there.
Yes. So so you need to beat a 73.
51.
51. All right. Yeah. So you would know exactly how to construct something that would be basically completely hidden. Um,
I'm just going to label. I'm just going to label it uh, stealth bunker.
Only problem though is it's not going to hide you from scans because you don't have like reflective material. Like visibly, it's effectively invisible unless you're like right on top of it. But
Hmm.
if they scan, you might have a problem.
Well, can I find like a cave or something?
Well, yeah, but scans penetrate caves.
Oh, okay. So what would the scans pick up? I'm just curious.
Just life signs.
Okay, signs of life. Still better than nothing, because then we would have at least a point to defend from. Can I add a back exit to whatever I'm hiding, or like look for something that, like, there's a main point and then there's like a point we can block up, and then if they infiltrate from one side, we can like break down the blocked side and sneak out.
Hmm. What would that roll?
so we don't get pinned into corners.
Yeah, oh, I get you totally. Makes
Yeah.
perfect tactical sense. I'm trying to think, what can we roll to see whether that's a thing. Odd one. Give me both luck and hunting tracking. It's a great chance, but
So that's 75 then.
yep, that's 75. No.
Can I get an assistance roll from Chris?
Does he have hunting tracking?
Wasn't that a custom thing?
He has planetary survival.
Okay.
Maybe.
So we're gonna give him that with a -15 because it doesn't. It's not the same thing. So the average. So you're rolling 45 minus 15. So you're rolling against a 30 there, Chris.
Since I've got fishing. Is that considered like a hunting thing? I grew up in the rural country.
No,
No, it's like a fish trap. You know, like an entrance. I think that counts. Fishing trap.
Oh.
Do you have planetary survival?
I do. I have a 40 in it.
Oh, that's good.
I grew up in a country, so maybe I hunted.
All right. So actually, hold on. So I got that number. I was looking at the wrong sheet. Sorry. Average of 60 and 40. So that's a 50. 50 minus 15. So you're rolling against a 35.
35. Jeepers creepers.
No.
Close. At least that was close. At least it wasn't like 99.
This was a really. I mean, to be fair, this is a backup, and so I just wanted to double secure our backup. So hopefully we won't need to actually use this stealth bunker.
Chris, roll demolitions for me. What did you have to beat on that? It's intelligence and oh my god, you missed it by 1.
Did I get maybe just close enough?
No, you don't.
Actually, no. The thing is, I actually have a solution to this. So I have a question. So what is everybody's inventories? Because I'm just curious at how we distributed our grenades.
Okay. So
because I know I have my inventory maxed. I have 6 thermites on X-ray. I don't know about Dubs, what he has.
Dubs has 3 plasma grenades, 3 tear gas grenades.
Okay, good. What we're gonna do is we're going to use. We're gonna. Well, I mean that's only if we need to. But when we go into the stealth bunker, is it deep enough for us to kind of like blend into? Like, so if they went into it, they wouldn't be able to spot us immediately.
Visibly,
like they could tell that they knew we were in there, but they wouldn't be able to physically like point and shoot at us instantly. Like we could camo enough to stay hidden for a second.
Yeah, visibly, especially with their eyesight, you could remain hidden very well.
Okay.
The question is whether they can detect you psionically or through scans.
Yeah, and that's fine because what my plan is, it's actually good. This is if there is, it's like a completely sealed area. We're gonna actually drop a tear gas grenade in there to basically, and that'll be how we can mitigate the issue of being cornered if it happens.
Mm-hmm.
So stealth bunker, prep, tear gas. So since we can't actually get out, is it fine if we say or we make it so that like it is insulated or like blocked enough that the tear gas grenade, like the actual like tear gas won't like leak out and go away real fast? It'll be able to like stay.
No,
there,
it'll stay in there for a good while because I mean it's
okay,
a sealed cave, so it's not like there's a breeze through it.
Okay. Then that's just my insurance plan for if we manage to get to the bunker and we needed the bunker and then they somehow found us and we weren't able to get away, then that we can potentially use a tear gas grenade as a way of either fighting back or escaping.
Okay.
Okay. Those are just some of the redundancies I built. I hope
you're doing brilliant, man. I'm very happy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's why we put you in charge.
And I'm about to finish this bag of veggie straws.
Finally, my chaotic, excessive paranoia can be harnessed for good.
Yeah.
Now we just need Dr. Fish to harness that same ability.
Oh, if we could only hope.
Yeah,
well,
maybe someday.
He's about to go work for the Shenzians, so.
Tune in next week to see what happens.
Okay, so I did have some qualms about the spacecraft.
Okay.
So you said that they're constantly putting in and removing cargo storage, right?
They're taking
Like there,
stuff
it's a
out at
okay.
present.
I was hoping, and this would be okay, Chris. I don't know if you wanted to do any other backup plans that you wanted to establish first,
Hmm.
contingencies.
No, I think for me, I think we covered it. You nailed it all.
Because for me, one of the things, the last thing, which would be the riskiest move, if we did decide to do it, is I wanted to be able to disable the ship from hunting us. Because if we infiltrate and then we escape, but they have this giant ship like hovering over us, it would be nice to is there any point in which they aren't actively like maneuvering around the ship,
Um,
or like they're
at night.
okay, so at night, is there any like exhaust port or like safe location that we could plant like a charge or thermite like over like an engine or something that we could set off later to like disable it?
Well, that's going to depend if you can figure that out. None of you have astronautics.
No.
That would tell you exactly where. Um,
Can we use like engineering or something as like a basic ship design?
yeah, that's
Because
what I'm looking at. You've got mechanical engineering. I'll let you use that. So intelligence and mechanical engineering.
Chris or
You.
me?
Yeah.
Oh, I have mechanical engineering.
Yeah, remember your
I have.
dad was a engineer, so you've got basic knowledge of everything.
Where
So
is I
it's
just
a 10 and a 75.
okay? So
So
that's
half of
like a
85. I think it's 43 you're rolling against.
43.
Yep.
Okay. I just take the word for it and do a roll. Nope.
No, you are unsure of exactly where to put it. I mean, you see what looks like exhaust, but there's no discernible warp nacelles. Um, yeah, it's very different configuration from anything the Cochranes have.
Okay. I'm just trying to think if there's anything we could do before we start, like we get to the actual infiltration aspect of the facility, um that we could maybe use for cover. Is there this is more of a question about terrain. Like, is there proper barricades or anything we could use for cover when either leaving, like running out of, or entering the northwest?
I mean, there's periodic rocks from like where there's been landslides. So
Okay.
yeah, there's places every so often.
There's cover and there's a bit of terrain. Okay.
Yeah. Now, actually,
Thanks.
out this is a mountain, but close to outside every direction is actually forested. So it's a pretty quick
I
transition from this rocky terrain to trees.
I would like to set up some thermite charges to create if necessary, make a forest fire
Okay.
on our exit, because you said we can't collapse the northwest. It's just too wide. So if we can't collapse it, creating a firewall would be good. And that's also off the map. So
Okay.
can we do
Well,
a
actually, there would be a map for that.
oh, okay.
Now,
Wait, we
the map would be identical no matter which way you exit it, because I only have one map. But so I didn't make one for each three directions. Uh,
my guess is this was a like an escape slash confrontation area or something, or
yes,
yeah.
there are multiple locations that confrontation can happen depending on where things go.
Okay, that's perfect. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna set up thermite charges, and we're also gonna set up some ground traps,
Ground traps.
like spike pits.
Okay.
Well, I
Hmm.
guess that unless you think that's a
Remember, they float.
much. Right? I think it's a bit. Oh, they float. They float. But the question is, like, do they float? But it requires them to be like have gravity, because like floating over like an inch of ground, but using like like pushing yourself off the ground to float is different than like you can float infinitely distance. Like if they have to have a certain amount of like
ground
You know what I mean? It's like
effects.
if they
Yeah.
use telekinesis and they're like pushing off the ground, or are they like actually just zero force applied to
You
floor?
don't know.
Okay, I guess on a, I guess yeah. We shouldn't take the risk by exposing yourself with ground traps if they can't fall through them. And if we don't have enough data, I wouldn't want us to spend a huge amount of time digging up traps, which they could probably patrol eventually too or see from the sky. Even if it's under the cover of night, it would just be wasting too much cover time and too much night. We might be able to set up something like a tripwire, like where we if they walk like razor wire, but we don't really have that. So
No, you don't have any equipment for
yeah.
that at all.
I was thinking, yeah, I guess it wouldn't be worth coming up with like excessive traps. Just probably, I guess we should just make sure that they're like we're familiar with the terrain and like maybe scout it to see if there's any like hidden like faster routes. Can we scan for like maybe like a hidden route through the woods that's faster compared to others?
Now, one thing I was just thinking I did forget to mention is this planet's about half the size of Earth, so that means the days are about half as long.
Okay.
So it's like 12-hour days. Remember, they switch out every 6 hours, so that means you've got about um, 8 hours of darkness to work with each night.
So, Chris, do you think we should set up some small scale traps or make an attempt at it?
I'd say it doesn't hurt to make an attempt at it.
Okay, make an attempt at some small scale retreat traps, like stuff that like I don't know, like something that we could like pull something and then maybe rocks would fall from a tree line, or like maybe it's like spikes on the floor would like fling up and like hit someone in the torso. Would that work?
That's going to be a roll. The small
Hunting?
unit tactics.
Oh, small you take.
Actually,
Yeah,
small
pure.
unit tactics and planetary survival and
Right.
intelligence.
Can I use hunting and tracking instead of planetary survival?
Sure.
Okay, planetary survival. Oh, sorry, no, hunting, tracking, intelligence, and what?
And small unit
Small unit.
tactics.
Small unit tactics is 50. So 50 plus 75 plus 70. 50 plus 75 plus 70 equals 195 divided by 3 equals 65. And nope.
You're not able to devise anything using the materials you have on hand or what's available in the terrain.
Okay. It's worth a shot. Am I able to see the before we maybe actually go into infiltrate? Could I see a quick map of where we're entering from, like the actual terrain of that? Like you said, you have the map for like
Yeah,
walking into an area. Can I get a quick scan of that? Maybe if I can come up with something.
sure.
Okay. Okay. Can I paste Scrant stuff to help us?
No.
Okay.
This one is not AI generated because
Yeah.
it didn't make forests very well. Every time I
Okay.
tried
So
to make a forest, I tried to put buildings in it.
So is the northeast what connects to the other side, like where we're
Yes.
gonna enter from? Okay. So if we set up some thermite on these trees, could we create like a brush fire that would block our exit?
Yes, it is dry enough that it would create a fire that would cover that entire area.
And it would kind of like collapse the trees inward, so like,
Mm,
you know, okay.
yeah, it could.
So I'd say we should at least, if we can't build traps, we should at least build the exit, which is by planting some thermite charges there that we can
Okay.
trigger.
Okay.
So, and how many thermite would that be? Just two?
Two. Two would be fine.
Okay. We're gonna use tech or X-rays because he has like 6, and we probably won't need
He's the only
all
one with
6.
thermite charges.
Yeah. So 2 thermite
Mhm.
charges. Thermite.
Now, roll
Um,
me tactics again.
I really hope we're not being spotted.
No, this is
Tac-
still planning.
I'd
small
say
small unit tactics and intelligence.
Yes.
50 plus 75. 63 again. Or 63 this time. Yeah. Ooh.
Okay. You would know that you would be also perfectly capable of lighting these fires using your phasers. You may not even need to waste the thermite.
Okay, but the issue I'm running into is what if I miss my shot?
I mean, that's also fair.
It's like just because I can do something like with my gun, if I screw up and like what my goal is, like what the thermite's gonna do too is it's gonna burn through the trunk of the tree really fast.
Mm.
So what I'm hoping is when we pass that point, it's gonna
It'll
immediately
collapse in.
collapse the
Yeah.
sides. So if there's people right behind us, the trees could like block their path and hit them. And if I just light them on fire, it's not really gonna block our path properly.
All right, so you see this big tree like top towards the middle, and this one
Yeah.
on the right. Yeah, those are both tall enough that if they fall inwards, they would block this path.
But I'd probably need thermite to do that, not
Yes,
just the
yes,
burn.
you would.
Yeah. So I want to. So I'm still gonna stick with using the 2
Okay.
thermite. So because that it guarantees, and there's no chance of a screw up on that. 2 thermite grenades on trees, and this will be charge C. Now I feel good. We have 3 potential things. Okay. And we're able to do the stun grenades and the thermite basically guaranteed, right?
Yes.
Do we need to for charge A, which is the 2 stacks of C4 that collapse into the building and blocks the other exit? Do we need to do some stuff for that,
Well,
or can we just use the
you need to place them.
for placing it? Oh, can we just do it all that and guarantee
All right, so this is the one that's going to be halfway up the hill on the bottom, right?
the thermite, or I mean the the C4?
Yes, that's to
Yeah.
collapse that big the way down.
Yes.
Okay, so uh, yeah, because you're potentially visible. All right, so tell me exactly how you would do it.
Well, I imagine Chris would because he's the thermite expert.
Or the
I don't know if
demolition
like
expert.
does it matter who does it or is it like
Well, he also has the highest streetwise, so he'd be with the stealthiest, so it makes
okay.
perfect sense.
I would let's see. I am going to have I'm trying to think. Uh before we actually so yeah, I do think that's a good idea. Like yeah, we should set it up halfway to hide it, but while he's doing that, we should have someone stationed to the okay, so we're going to be placing it right like, pure south on this right here, halfway up, right?
Yeah.
What I think we should do is we should try to get it at rotation, which gives us the biggest window.
Okay.
Um, and we should also station someone up on the far right side, like out of sight, to, if need be, knock a rock over to divert
Distract
attention.
them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
Nice.
but make
Nice.
it look like a natural occurrence,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
something that will like be, oh, there's a falling rock that happens, but I should be careful of that, and maybe it'll give us a little extra time to maximize the window for Chris's retreat if he starts closing in.
Okay.
And it also allows someone to keep an eye on the person scouting, so we can keep comms open to Chris as he's doing it.
That works for
And
me.
that's it.
Yeah, because they rotate clockwise.
Yeah. So, okay, Chris.
Dun dun dun.
All
All
right,
right.
Woody. You've heard the plan. I'm going to need
Yep.
you to execute this. I believe
Got
in
it, Captain, sir.
All right, so the shift change is in the middle of the night, and the shift change actually happens right where the guy is right now, bottom right. So he's going to stop there. Other guy's going to come out, and now you got a 30-second window before he starts moving again. All right, now this cliff, well, it's not really a cliff. This hillside you're going down, it's about, I'm going to say, I'm trying to picture, about 500 meters tall. So you need to get down about 250 meters to do it. Now, the good news is it's not so steep that you're going to fall off, but it's not exactly the easiest. Now, the risk is making sure you can get down that without like kicking any rocks and creating a ruckus. So, Chris, it's time to do a streetwise and dexterity roll, which is the closest we get to stealth roll. So that's a 60.
Just for reference, I'm putting Dubs on the on rock throwing duty.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you're able to make it down. About the time you get there, though, the guy's going to start moving again. And it's going to take you about the time you would finish setting up, he's already going to be directly below you. So are you going to do anything about that?
Well, obviously, I don't want him to see me.
Right.
Is there someplace I can hide
No,
until
you are just right on the
So
cliffside.
would the rock distraction be able to?
You can try it.
Okay, because he's Where is he currently? You said.
So about this point, let's say alien dude is right here.
Okay, I'd say this is a good time. It's like
So Chris
Dubs.
where Chris is closer to this side of the cliff, I would say. Or
Dubs.
where exactly are you wanting to set the charge?
That's up to Chris for the charge placement, but like just for the optimum position though would be the best.
Yeah, it needs to be a little closer to the left in order to collapse the whole passage. Because if it's top center, the rocks aren't going to block it off. So
Dubs, initiate rockfall.
all right. So if you're where that black ping was, you're still not visible to the guy.
Okay.
So would the rockfall distract him at all, or we just?
Possibly you can try it. Like if
Yeah,
Dubs
that's what
one.
I said. Yeah, I was like, I'm like calling comms, like Dubs, initiate rockfall.
Okay. All right. So this is a roll.
Trying to make it look somewhat natural, like not like someone chucked it at his head.
All right. So this is a roll for to see whether it's successful. Need to beat a 50. Yes, it is very successful. He's going to turn around and start going back towards Dubs, that location.
I just imagine Dubs is like really quiet. And I was like, yeah, that's why they call me the win-win, baby, Dubs.
God. Hey,
Well,
you're not
Dubs,
playing him. Just stop.
I could give him an injection of personality here.
Big Dubs.
Yeah, Dubs. Big
All right.
Dubs.
So good news is he's in a location, though, that he's not going to be seen. All right.
Okay.
So
I'll
the guy's
zip
going to
over.
go back that way and investigate, but that'll give you enough time to finish. All right, so now I need you to do another one of those streetwise rolls to see if you can climb back up undetected.
So 60?
60. No. You make it up, but you're going to create another rock fall. And so Dude Bro is going to start coming back towards your direction. So about the time you set it off, he's going to be here. Now he's going to rush back your way. And actually, he's going to have called in. The other patrols will have already started coming down as well. And well, actually, yeah, even doing that, you're going to be able to get out of there before you're detected. So.
Would they have spotted our C4, or can we say it's somewhat safe?
Oh, it's definitely hit. He buried it, so
okay.
It's not going to be. I mean, they would have to like go looking for it, but they have no reason to.
So they probably gonna. What can I imagine that they're probably calling in that the rock side's a bit unstable, but
if they find nothing, they're gonna assume it was just natural rock fall.
Okay.
So,
Okay. We should definitely try and keep an eye on the people scouting the area, depending on what the reaction is. So keep an eye on them. But if they don't find anything, what we'll do is we'll call it the night and we'll come back tomorrow on the next guard shift. Assuming they don't go into high alert, obviously. If they start getting suspicious, but if they're not suspicious, then I'll use that. I say that's our best time to finally make an infiltration attempt.
right. No, I've not had the map up this entire time. All right. Now chat can see it. Sorry, chat, if anyone's watching. I'm a better GM than I am stream runner, and I'm not a great GM. So.
Good GM. It's fun.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, nope, you got that nailed down. Streaming, that's a tough part.
That's why most people have a director to do that.
I think that'll be in our budget for next season.
Who knows? Okay. So now, yeah. So are you ready to start Operation Get in there?
Red Knight. I kind of looked at the crew. You know, everyone got your gear set up, got your charges ready.
They are all kitted away and ready to rock and roll.
Okay. And then it's nighttime, so what I do is I kind of go, let's go, all right then. Drop the visor, grabs gun. Red Knight begins.
All right, so you're infiltrating top left?
Yep.
All right.
Infiltrating from this area. We're going to try and sneak into the building during guard rotation.
All right. So your characters should be appearing.
I got to start zooming in now.
Top left. All right. So, yeah, right now the only ones out are the guard rotations. All right.
Okay.
So, the rotation is happening right now. One's down here. Actually, no, yeah. One is right around this. One is right around this corner down here. One is over to the right over here. And one is at the very top.
They go clockwise, you said, right?
Correct, clockwise.
Is there any sort of entrance or thing, like a grate that we can sneak in that's like along this building?
On this side of the building, no.
Okay.
But you would have noticed from your recon earlier, there does appear to be a door, like a maintenance type door on the top side, like right about here. But the main entrance is down here.
We're gonna go through the maintenance side.
Okay.
What I suggest is we try to stay hidden around this corner in between this area so this guy can't see us from the south.
Okay.
And when this guy is safe enough to the east, we'll be able to slide in behind, kind of following the rotation of the guards and sneak into the maintenance.
Okay.
Sound like a plan?
Sounds like a plan.
All right. So it's going to take you actually about... All right. So if you want to, like...
Also, if possible, can I make sure our tracks are covered? Or do I need to make a roll for that, or can I just assume it's...
You can just do that. That's fine.
Yeah.
All right.
So I just don't want to leave any openings here.
Right.
If possible, I want to make this a quick in and out. Yeah. No one detects us.
What you're standing on right now is rock, though, so you don't need to sweep anything for that.
Good. Because it's all kind of dusty, so I'm not sure how footprinty it can get.
Where you were on dirt, so it could have, but now no.
Okay.
All right.
So we're going to try and just take this nice and slow with guard rotation until he's in a safe position far enough away, and then we can slip in through the back.
All right, so we're going to move sure 10 at a time. So you're now here.
Okay.
Let's see.
The guy below us can't see us behind the...
No, he cannot see you
good.
at all. You're now here. And here. Now, we are going to treat this sort of like combat as far as timing goes. All right. So now you have time to make your actions. And we're...
I don't want this guy to spot us, so what
Uh-huh.
I think is the best choice is I'm gonna wait for him to move one more time until he's probably here,
Okay.
and so he has no line of sight, and that's when we'll do a quick move to go along the side. But right now, since they can't see us from the, because that like piece of metal on the on our right side from where we're facing, or the towards the south, is basically completely blocking the guy below us. I say we just hold the spot for a little bit. Don't risk this guy turning around until he's behind the grate, and then we'll make a move.
Okie doke. If you're going to hold, then we're going to
So hold one time.
do this. Squares.
Okay, and now we're gonna move.
Okay, hold on. Let me move the other guys.
It cuts our time down a little bit, but assume we can get through the grate properly. It shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Okay. And... All right. Now you can go. So...
Yep. So we're gonna move as close as we can to this spot.
All right. So
Do we get
yeah,
to the maintenance hatch?
you're just shy of it right now.
Okay, I'm gonna pull out my multi-tool because I imagine that it's probably bolts.
Well, it has actually, remember, you've got that tool that can interact with their technology.
Yeah, I just don't want to trip any wires first. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess we should. Can we do a quick scan to see if they're like? Is when you say it's like a maintenance, is it like, is it like, just a standard maintenance, or is it like weirdly sci-fi?
I mean, it's a door.
So it's just a door.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so good. I guess yeah. So X-ray probably is the best person to try and interface. I imagine.
He actually would be, yes.
Yeah.
All right, so
X-ray.
another turn then, because you're not quite there yet.
Is there a locking mechanism on the door right now?
Basically, you just don't. There's no handles. There's nothing. It's just a door.
Okay. But is there anything that we could probably use to? I'm just saying, like, as we're running over and we're looking at it, is there any like, if it's a door but there's no handle, is there something we
There
could
are
maybe like
hinges.
use to
There are
pry it
hinges.
open it? Okay.
I mean,
So
there's a gap around it, like a door would be, but there's just no handle.
okay. What I'm gonna do is prep a multi-tool on the side of it to see if we can try and like flip the lock if he can't open it.
Okay. All right.
So we're
now,
gonna real quick. Yeah.
X-ray.
X-ray's gonna try and breach it. I'm gonna prep a lock, or prep a multi-tool to see if we can like slip the tumbler on the side of it, and then maybe like if that doesn't work too well, we can maybe have we have a thermite if it's really necessary. But I hope it doesn't come to that because that's gonna add to a lot of issues.
Yes.
But I'm hoping we can get done one of the first two steps.
All right. So X-ray is up. So what he is going to be doing is rolling his intelligence plus his computer operation, which comes to a actually his intelligence, computer operation, and small equipment system operation. So that's a 30 plus a 60 plus an 80 divided by 3. It's 170 divided by 3. All right, got to beat a 57. Who is going to make that roll?
X-ray is.
Well, one of you guys. Well, apparently you've sort of claimed dubs as far as his. So let's have Chris make this roll.
All right, here we go.
56. Did you just roll
Yes!
a 5? Was that what it was?
Yeah, 5.
That is
Okay. The
That was a 5.
door,
Yeah.
the door is going to just kind of slowly swing open.
Okay, we all sneak in, close the door behind us.
Okay.
Do a quick scan of the room. Everyone get your masks on, thermal vision on. If it's dark in here,
Uh, this section of the facility, yes. I mean, it looks like a maintenance corridor.
okay. So we can still keep our thermals on without much issue.
Yeah.
Or not thermals, sorry. Well, yeah,
Or nods.
nods,
Yeah, yeah,
night vision.
yeah. Okay. So you're gonna fumble your way around, or not fumble, just make your way around a bit, and you're going to come to a door into a main corridor. This one actually just pushes open, um, and you're gonna find yourself next to an elevator in a long hallway where I mean, it looks weird. It's definitely not a human type aesthetic. A lot of red accents to things. The walls are kind of nondescript. You see things that look like they might be doors, but you're not sure. But this thing is definitely discernible as a kind of elevator.
Okay. So that we did, but we spotted an elevator. You said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there any guards near the door?
You see nobody. Um, if you want to use your tactical tricorder,
Yeah, I'll do that to maybe do a scan.
all right. So you're going to see there's about a dozen signatures that are going to register, but none of them are especially close to you.
Okay. Are any of them in the elevator?
No, no, the elevator's empty.
Okay.
It's actually kind of more like a maintenance type elevator, so it's not
Oh,
like a,
jeez. Do you?
it's kind of, the walls of it are kind of open.
Yeah. Is there any sort of like in the maintenance area as we're going through anything that might be considered like a data terminal or
No,
something that might have
no.
something that would outline like the blueprints of the actual base?
Um,
Kind of like a, because it's like if it's the maintenance area, maybe they would need to like have something that's designed to like like the core working. Like, oh, here's a like some backup blueprints and stuff, so you know what the structure's like to fix a problem depending on where it's coming from.
all right, you're
Because
gonna
I
go
feel like that's where
by,
it would be.
what looks to be some kind of, what you know as a terminal that they use,
Okay.
but there's no screen to it because the way that it apparently works is it's like the screen is in their heads. But what
Okay.
your tricorder is able to do is visualize that for you.
Does it seem like it would be encrypted at all, or can we just access it? I
That's
meant,
good.
okay, well, I guess if I was making a tactical decision, I highly doubt they would encrypt it because they're the only people with psychic abilities and they haven't ever had to deal with people being able to counter that.
Okay. Well,
It's basically encrypted anyway.
this is gonna be another roll. This is not encrypted, so you get a plus 15 on this one. So if Chris, you want to roll, you need to beat a 71.
Yes!
Okay. Yes, you have a visualization of the facility. Now, what it looks like is the area that you're most interested in is down the elevator, about down like 10 stories. Because what's going to tell you that is there's actually like a firewall there that's not telling you what the area is. Now, you can attempt to break that firewall if you do another roll for a 56.
If we breach the firewall, then they would be able to spot us. And we fail,
Potentially.
right?
Potentially. Or if you fail to breach it, you'll set it off.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Would that, and that would just, okay, so I have a question. Would we have time to, if it fails, to run from where we are to the elevator?
Yes.
Okay. Am I able to make a quick scan of the elevator, like before we make a decision? Like I kind of open it up real fast or like hold it open to see inside?
Well, at that
Or does
point,
that like I have to call
okay.
for it?
Yeah, you would have learned the elevator is there from the thing you saw there.
Okay. Would it be able to tell if there's like a maintenance hatch on the elevator like that? Because what I'm thinking we can do is when we enter into the elevator, assuming it fails and it gets called down, we can bust open the top hatch of it to like sneak above the elevator when it goes down. You know
Okay.
what I mean? Because you know how
Uh,
like when an elevator it's like it's a hollow shaft.
yeah, yeah.
So I was
Well,
hoping we could do.
the thing you're seeing doesn't tell you whether or not
Okay.
there's a maintenance hatch.
Well, that's
on
why
top
I
of it.
wanted to like look into the elevator real fast, if
Okay.
possible, and without being detected.
Yeah, you can do that, no problem.
Okay. And would I be able to see if there's something I could like a top panel that could be opened by hand?
Yes,
Because usually
there
those aren't
is.
meant to be locked because they're
Yeah.
meant to be like if an emergency you open it, so it's not meant to be like heavily guarded.
Yeah, you can open it. There's a
Okay.
hatch
So
up
if
there.
I can I like push it open, see if there's enough room for us to slip in on top of?
At present there isn't, because it's up against the top of the shaft. But you can
It
presume
should
that
still
as it
shouldn't there
goes,
still be I'm just assuming like even if it's at the top there should still be room maybe.
well, that's where the mechanism is at the very top.
Okay.
Like it's up against that, but you do know that once it starts going down, you would be able to fit up there because it would be
Okay, good.
making space.
I say we try and breach the code. If we get through it, good. If we fail, we sneak into the elevator, and then like as it's coming down, we slip into the upper shaft to hide.
Okay.
Assuming that people from other floors use the elevator. Um, and if they do get to the bottom floor, what we're gonna do is if they get to the bottom floor. So what the plan is, just to iron it out before we go. What happens is if it fails, either way, we're probably going to do this, but we sneak into the elevator, go into the upper shaft area as it's going down. When it gets to the bottom floor, we pry open the door on the 9th floor, sneak into that floor, and then as they go back up, they'll pass us, and then we can just drop down and then open the 10th floor and sneak in.
Totally worth a shot.
That sound good, Chris?
Let's
Okay.
let's do it.
Okie dokie.
Am I putting too much thought into this?
I don't know.
That's it's good. It's very good.
All right. X-ray. Try to crack it. If not, we'll go for the elevator plan.
All right. So that's 56 there, Chris. All right, you're in. So you have a schematic now of
Ooh.
the 10th floor. Let me actually pull that up for you. And let's see. Actually, I need to remove the fog of war because you now know what it looks like.
Yay!
Yay!
Let's see. Okay. All right. And I need to do something here. Layer, GM layer. Okay, because you wouldn't see that yet. Let's see. X-ray. Okay, so let me. Not that. Let me switch you over. This is the interior of the facility. So that is what you see there. All right, everyone got that on your screens?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it looks the elevator is top left.
Top left?
Yes.
Yep, okay.
All right. Now this gives you the layout, but it does not specify what each room is for.
We're trying to get data, right?
Correct.
And okay. If I were to, and like this is basically just rough guessing things, from from my perspective, like assuming this is what we see, the bottom right corner, like the second to bottom for the bottom right, looks like a reactor core of some sort. The very bottom, what?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The very bottom looks to be something like a terminal, just from its general structure, where someone would go up to and interface with.
The thing on
And
bottom
then,
right.
like, very, very bottom right, yeah. But the right above that looks like some sort of reactor.
Mm-hmm.
And then the like the top middle, that looks like maybe a med bay or sleep area.
Okay.
Or it's an engine of some. Actually, it kind of looks like an engine. I just look at it closer. So It's gotta. My guess is if we're going to attack one, like go to one of the areas, our best shot is probably the bottom right where are we like stationed again? Like top left, you said?
Yes, you'd be coming on top left.
Okay. So, I mean, either way, like the most straightforward path is to go like from the top left, go down into the right wing, down, take another right, and then these two doors, and then if neither of those crack, like bottom right corner would be our first spot. If not, we slip in, just take a glance into the second room, and then if that's still not it, if we still haven't found them, we rush all the way down into the last room at the very end of the corridor, and then if that does happen to be it, we barricade the door, we get what we can out of it, then we put a breach charge here so we can burst down the wall and sneak back out this way.
Wait, burst a breach charge where?
Right here,
Okay.
because that it leads into a connective room right here, right?
Yes.
And this is the reason I don't like the breach charge might be a smart idea to use right away, but I don't want to do that because it would alert them to us. And if this is just not the actual thing, it would be completely the worst option. So since we have the opportunity of stealth, our best shot is to find a way to get down to the bottom right corner, which is like the most direct path, and then see what these two things are. And then if not, we go all the way down the hallway to whatever this is, and if that is it, then we breach charge here, assuming they've detected us, and then we sneak out. Otherwise, we can probably use thermite on this wall instead to make no noise, and then breach into this room and then sneak out instead, if we're kind of cornered.
Okay.
Sound like a good plan?
That's a question
Chris?
for Chris, not me.
Yeah. Sound like a good
Yep.
plan, Chris?
Sounds like a good plan. Sorry, he's muted. My brother stopped by. He's making a ton of noise downstairs.
Brothers.
Did I mention I play a couple of tactic games?
I can tell.
So I hope I'm being smart with this.
Okay.
Okay.
I suck at stealth games, so I'm glad somebody's
Oh
good
no,
at them.
I hate stealth game, but it's easier. I learned it only because stealth is just the easiest option.
Yes.
Path of least resistance, and this could go south, so none of this could work. What do we get for scans when we're going down the elevator? Can I make consistent scans to try and get a layout of life signatures?
Your the scans are pretty blocked until you get closer.
Okay. Am I able to use if we can I get Dubs to keep the door shut like when we get to the bottom floor and keep the maintenance hatch above us open?
Which mean the elevator door shut, or what are you talking about?
Basically, I want to see if we can like jam the door it like at a moment's notice if it does turn out someone's right on the other side.
I mean the elevator door.
You know what I mean? Yeah, the elevator door.
Sure, you can try that.
See if we can use like a door jam or keep it like just put some pressure on it to keep it sealed. So if worst comes to worst, we can sneak up onto the next floor. They might be able to detect us because he said they have sensors, but I'm hoping that they can't sense through like the actual wall of the whatever it is. I forget what it's called. The elevator shaft. I hope like they can't like actually see through that material.
Mm-hmm.
And if they can, well, shoot him dead.
Yeah.
But that's only assuming that there is a guy on the other side. So I'll keep my scans up until we get to the 10th floor and get ready to immediately scan when we get there and have Dubs ready to try and like block the door, make it look like it's got jammed up.
All right. I have no idea what role to do for that.
Probably a multi-tool to
Well,
try and like mess with the gear or something.
Okay. So you want Dubs to be the one to try to jam it?
Well, probably have X-Ray to do a simple jam and then Dubs to do a forceful jam.
Okay. All right.
That's only if I detect life signs like right outside the door. That's just like a backup plan.
Okay. Well, I can tell you already that as you go down, you do not detect life signs directly in front of the elevator door.
Okay, then we don't do it.
Yeah.
On the other side.
That
That
was
was just a
wasn't the plan at
precautionary
all.
measure.
All right. So the nearest life signs you're going to detect are on this floor. You are going to detect. Hold on, let me finish populating this real quick. Because how many people I had in here was going to be dependent on some factors that you guys had. So yeah, we're getting there. Okay. So you are going to detect a dozen red signatures on this floor. However, you're also going to detect about 50 other life signs that you can't identify immediately. There's some kind of interference blocking them, but there's good or about 50 or so others on this floor.
Can we give me a ping or anything for general area or no?
They are going to be in. Let's see. Come on. The wrong thing. Stop it. Okay, you're making me mad. Go away, thing. All right. So they're in this general direction.
Okay.
You can't pinpoint them because there's some kind of interference blocking getting a very good accurate scan. Actually, this whole facility's got a lot of interference in it, so you get a general idea of where these guys are, but you can't really pinpoint any of them.
This also looks a bit like a. No, it looks like a kitchen. Yeah.
What looks like a kitchen?
The like left side,
Oh,
like middle left. I was just trying to like say, well, maybe if there's something that looks more sci-fi than, I'm like, nah, those don't look that important. I hope. I'm just trying to, double check to make sure I don't, lead us on a goose chase and get us cornered. When there was something a lot more obvious. Well, actually, hmm, yeah, no. Well, either way, I think there is some stuff like right here that looks like panels,
uh-huh.
but so we're probably as we swing by gonna try and analyze that. There's also a table there, which looks like we might have to sneak through somewhere else, but yeah. So, uh, mm, okay. So we can tell that there's no one currently in front of us, though, right?
Yeah, there is no one in this hallway
Okay.
right now. All right, so the life signs you're going to detect or the red life signs you're going to detect are kind of, there's about three somewhat close in this general area.
Uh, General area. Could you ping that again?
All right, do you see my line?
I
Like,
don't see a line.
oh, I'm on the GM layer. Ha ha. That doesn't help me. Okay.
There
So
we go.
that general direction, there's three of them.
Okay. There's three signals, but there's nothing in front of us.
No, there's nothing down the hallway. There's
Okay.
one signal like way down here, but that's not in this hallway.
Okay. I would probably say have I will take point with um Dub on my right. And then I'm gonna have Chris, can you do a like as we're going down the hall, can you take a peek into the room on our left?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then give us a quick call on the comms to tell us what's in there, and we'll keep guard here. X-ray will be right behind you. And only that's assuming we don't get any direct signals inside that room, like from the other side of the door.
Okay.
Can we so Tripper?
All right. Well, sorry, I'm also thinking. So good news also from the cracks that you've already done through these doors. Now you're going to get an automatic plus 15 to opening doors for everyone because all the
Nice.
information is being shared between those tricorders.
Okay, so they're not automatic. They're so yeah.
It's
Okay,
still
that's
not
kind of
automatic because there's some some thing to it, but yes.
They're not like encrypted doors, though, right?
No,
Just
these
like
well,
okay.
at least some of them aren't. Some might be. You won't know until you get to them.
I really hope this is just a storage closet because I don't want it to be something important, or
Yeah.
rather, I don't want it to be like, yeah, it's like oh, it's right there. That's what you needed the whole time. It's like, oh, I guess we're leaving.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. However, some of you guys are still going to be better at opening doors than others. So, like X-Ray is still the best at it because he's got the highest computer
Okay.
operation.
X-ray should probably do the door then, but Chris, do you stay on point
Yep, I'll stay
with
there.
him? Yeah.
Oh, now
I'll
you can
just
also
stay.
help each other, like 2 of you at a time. Like,
Oh, that works. Yeah.
yeah.
You're the techie. You're the two techie guys, so you're the best for that.
Let's see.
I think.
Well,
I
let's
know I'm
see
a
here. Yeah,
mechanic, but
Dubs is not a good idea to do it because
he's a bruiser.
he has 45 intelligence, 10 computer operation, 10 small equipment systems operation. So that would be an abysmal roll. That would be like 65 divided by 3. That's like a 20 something% chance. Yeah, no. Uh, all right, so Xander on his own, or X-Ray on his own. So let's make sure we have this down so we're not having to recalculate it every time. So it's 80 plus 60 plus 30 divided by 3. So that's 170 divided by 3. I just calculated that. I think it's 57. Yeah. So he's going to have with the bonus for a non-encrypted door, actually 2 bonuses for a non-encrypted door. He's going to have a 97% chance of success. For an encrypted door, well, depending on the level of encryption, that number goes down. So yeah, he probably should be the door guy.
Yeah, good old psionic encrypted doors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's the class, just a true
Psionic
classic.
encryption sounds both cool and terrifying at the same time.
Yeah.
It's just like a mind lock you if it's like a, I don't know. Like, okay.
All right. So
X-ray.
let me reveal you guys layer token layer. You see yourselves?
Yay. Yay.
All right. For the purposes of this, because I don't want to be doing all the movement myself. Why are we? Oh, this thing's being so dumb.
There we go.
Oh, I know why. Helps if you're scanning the right thing. Okay. I'm going to give coinless control of dubs for movement purposes right now. So
Makes
you
sense.
can take care of that. This one, save changes. All right, can you move dubs now?
Yep.
Okay, and that means X-ray is going to Chris. All right, you should have control of him now. Okay. All right, so let's do this. I'm just going to kind of sit back and watch.
Okay. Well, like we said, we want to try and see if we can crack open the door, see what's inside real fast.
This one right here.
Yep.
All right. That one is not encrypted, so give me a 97.
Oops. Okay.
All right. Yeah, it
47.
opens. There's no one in there. It's just there's what looks to be their equivalent of chairs and tables.
Storage closet makes sense.
Yeah, it actually does look like a storage closet. So now that back wall, what it looks like is there used to be a door there, but it was sealed off.
Hmm. So, and this is a big thing. We so we could try to stealth around and take the big route, and then plant that as an exit, or if we really wanted to, we could thermal charge through the door and get into that room immediately.
Of course, that's going to create some degree of noise because thermite burning through something is not silent.
Would. Yeah. And there could also be people on the other side.
Yes, and your scans indicate there's probably something behind that door.
Yeah, that's why it's a good point to make note of for a potential retreat if we get blockaded in the room.
Now, actually,
But
give me intelligence and small equipment systems operation. Whoever wants to do that.
probably X-ray or I have decent, but I don't think I have the best.
Yeah, X-ray would be the best at it. So he's got to beat a, let's see, 80 plus 30 divided by 2, 55. All right, so Chris is doing all the rolls right now, man.
Yeah, let's see.
50, yes, all right. There are 2 of them very close behind that door.
That was close.
Okay. Well, then that's good that we're not going in there first, because what we're going to do is I suggest that we go down the hall, see if we can get any scans before the door. Like, can we get any scans of, like, down here?
Yeah, you can do the same thing. And actually, he's using his medical tricorder to do that, looking for life signs. So.
Okay.
All right, so you can move everyone down there. All right, give me that again, a 55.
Also, shut the door behind. Like, can we, when we open it once, can we shut it and close it as we please?
Sure, yeah, because you've gained access to it.
Okay. Does it automatically close, or do we have to do it manually?
You do it manually.
Okay, we should just close the door while we go by it, so that we don't leave a trail behind us.
All right, so basically the way this is going to work is every time, once you access a door, you don't have to roll for that door again.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that we're not closing it and it locks automatically. So so when I say close the doors behind us, it doesn't mean like we have to reopen them. You know?
Well, I mean, it locks, but you have the ability to unlock it again.
Yeah, but we don't have to like do another roll to reopen.
No. That's yeah. Like I said, every door that you have opened once, you can automatically open again. So all right.
Okay. So what do we get scans for this area?
Well, he's got to roll to see if he can get really detailed scans.
Oh, okay. Who rolls or just anybody?
Okay.
We're doing X-ray. He's got the best at a 55.
Yeah, I like that. He's the tech scanner. It's fun. I like that.
This is one of those 97s.
No, this is a 55.
Oh, it's a 55.
This is scanning to see if there's anyone behind the door.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, there is no one in the next 2 rooms. There appears to be someone 3 rooms down.
Can you give us a direct? Like we said, so straight
yeah,
down,
there's
like,
someone. There is
1, 2.
There is
So, like,
someone
when you
in
say-
this room. The one that's being pinged
Okay.
down here.
But what about here?
Well, you didn't scan
the
in that
right.
direction.
Okay, I wasn't sure like how broad the scan was. If you meant like
no, it's
here
pretty
and then
directional.
Here.
No,
Okay.
3 rooms
So
straight down.
if we angle to the right, could we scan to this area, or do we have to go through here first?
You'd be more accurate
This is
if you made it to the
invincible.
next room first. and
Okay,
just go to
I'll
the
say
door
we
to do
we
it.
try and slip into this room.
All right. Well, you got to do the door. So at 97.
We needed. Okay,
Chris-
we do need a door.
Chris
bust.
rolling
okay.
us at 97. Yeah, literally every door you got to do this. Okay, no problem.
Okay, we're gonna sneak in. Go on here, and then we're gonna see if. Actually, I'll put him up here on the side, and I'll stay in this corner. What is this exactly? Like on our right here?
That right there, it appears to be a maintenance.
Is it a wall or a door?
It's a wall. Okay. Well, it's actually a few panels. It looks like for maintenance purposes. So there's some kind of machinery behind that, but it's not an actual door.
Okay. So we don't need to worry about someone flanking us there.
No.
I'm gonna make a mental note of that probably being important machinery, but I don't think we should be sticking anything in it until later.
Okay. All right. What next?
We know someone's in here, and I prefer if we could get a scan of this room.
Okay.
Because this looks like a big area.
All right.
Would it scan this spot too
Yes.
and this, or
Well,
would
if
it
you
just
point
scan
that
one?
way,
Okay.
it would cover that entire room.
Okay.
That whole thing. All right. Want to roll another 55 for me, Chris?
Yep. Let's see what happens here. Nope.
Okay. There is someone or at least one person behind that door somewhere. You can't tell if they're in the L-shaped area bottom left or in the area top right.
Hmm. How much noise do these doors make when they open? Like, because like what I'm trying to think is, do you think there's a high chance someone like like if you're doing your job and people walk around these areas and you're focused, and then someone opens a door, you don't immediately go like, oh, let me turn my head from the job I've been doing for 5 hours and look directly at them who's behind me.
I mean,
Like
that's
it's
that.
unlike you. Yeah, but you don't. It wouldn't. They have poor eyesight too. You said, and we're in the
Right.
dark area, so we could kind of blend in.
Yes. So, I mean,
So
that's a risk you got to take.
okay. So I would probably say, um, we're gonna like sneak back behind the wall a bit, and then we're gonna have like right behind the door, like lined up against it, but just out of line of sight. So we reduce the amount of people having to make rolls.
Okay.
And then we have X-ray kind of up in this corner, like hiding along the side. Open it and do a quick look inside, um, or like try to do a small peek while the lights are dim, because
Okay.
it's hard to see still, and they have poor eyesight
Right.
because we have black camo on. So and then get like an eye visual of the room, and if it is bad, quickly close it. But also,
Hey,
how much noise does the door make? Ugh,
I mean, it kind
tongue
of goes like,
twister.
psh, psh. I mean, you can hear it, but it's
Okay.
not like a startling noise.
Okay, so
I mean,
it's casual.
yeah,
Okay, so I probably want X-ray to make a quick scan, because he opens the doors. So
like a scan. Or what
yeah.
do you mean a scan?
Well, I mean like a visual scan. Like
Oh,
he
gotcha,
like
gotcha, gotcha.
because
Okay.
the machine scan failed, so I just want
Yeah.
him to look through the door to get a visual scan of the like a quick look, and then like like kind of, if possible, kind of like like door opens, looks aside, closes if he sees something, and the person be like, if they do respond, they'd be like, huh? And they turn around and the door is closed again. They're like, someone, okay, and they go back to work. You know what I mean?
All right. Okay. So if Chris, you want to move up there,
Go up there.
But if something goes horribly wrong, we're ready to jump to like probably jump around the corner and start blasting.
yeah,
We're
something
like
like that.
armed and ready.
All right.
But this is stealth. So is everyone hidden? Can we say?
Yeah. If anyone was in that room, they
Okay.
would not be able to see you.
Yeah, but also X-ray isn't like in complete line of sight. He's still
He
stealthy,
can
right?
he can squeeze himself up against the wall enough to not be seen.
Okay, good.
All right. Rolling against a 97. It's gonna go.
Okay, I have
No
X-ray
alarms.
retreat.
No alarms go off, but
Okay, have X-ray retreat behind the line to us. Um, Can we, and if possible, can we get can we do a secondary scan to see if we try again, or we only get one shot each time?
um. Well, if someone else wants to try, they can.
Okay. Uh, what would the roll be for doing
For
a scan?
Well, it's going to be intelligence, small unit or small systems, small equipment system operation, and computer systems operation or computer operation.
35, 35, and then 75.
Yeah, it's not terrible,
35
but you're also going
plus
to get a bonus of
35 plus
30.
75. Divided by 3, and plus 30, so that's 48, 50, 78.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
And I
yeah.
was scanning the. I was kind of like here, so I was like looking to scan to the right.
All right, so yeah, you're able to get the door open.
or left.
All right. So
Mhm.
were you gonna?
No, that was a scan. I said I was scanning the room.
Oh. Okay, then I gave you the wrong
Either way, it still
numbers.
worked.
Yeah, whatever it was, it
It's
still worked. Okay, so your scan's gonna show you the alien is up here somewhere in this room.
okay. So he didn't see through the door.
Apparently
Okay, good.
not.
Because he's in like another room. There's no one in here though. Because this is a secondary door. I imagine you
Yeah.
couldn't be able to hear that. Okay. So I'd tell everyone to move up like through the comms, and then we're gonna try and crack the door now, which would be the same roll.
Whatever the roll you were about to do,
Yeah.
that number is what you got to beat. What'd you have to beat?
78. I did it.
Okay, so yeah, you're able to get the door open this time.
Okay, so this time we're gonna try and slip into this room, and there's
All right.
no one in here like you
Now,
said,
one thing you're
right?
gonna notice is the door right
Okay, we're gonna be here then.
here has a window in it.
Okay. So okay, it's a window door. Got it.
Yeah.
If we were right here per se, would we be spotted through the window, or could we
Well,
like hide in the corner?
you don't know exactly where in the room the guy is, so you don't
Yeah,
know what
but we
angle.
know he's in here.
Yeah, but where he is in the
Okay.
room will determine what angle he can see.
Okay. And so if he's okay, well, we know from the blueprints that the computers are here and here, right?
Yes.
So if we looked through here, we would see all of the stuff like right.
Yep.
I'm gonna just use a line
If you
because.
peek through the
And
door, you'll
so
be able to see
yeah.
those walls.
Okay. And so either way, he probably wouldn't be facing us, but yeah. So we'd sneak into the room. I would probably have, before we do anything else, make a scan down this way for if the hall is exposed.
All right. X-ray
And
can make
close.
that scan.
Yeah. And when we enter into the room, I'd have this door closed behind us in case the guy that's in the back room tries to go somewhere.
Not the back rooms.
Sound good, Chris?
Sounds good.
Okay.
I'm waiting until Chris
Okay,
not likes the plan. All right.
I want to confirm things with the group because I'm saying a lot of things, and I'm just like, I want to make sure that it's like, no, that's horrible idea. Like,
All right. So you need
I'm
to
very
make.
much I want to be open to
All right. So you need to make a dexterity and streetwise roll with a bonus of 15 because the person is behind a wall.
And that's for what exactly?
Being able to sneak up to the door and look through without being
Well,
noticed.
before I do that, I want to make a scan down the hallway.
Okay. So let's have X-ray do that.
All right, that would be
Intelligence and. I don't think that one worked. No.
Can I make a backup scan?
You can also attempt it. Yes.
Okay.
That is
What do I roll for
intelligence and small equipment systems operation.
Okay, so probably 75 plus 35 equals divided by 2.
So that's 55.
55. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean it. Yes. Okay, I did a scan.
All right. There is no one down that hallway. Pointing that direction, you don't get any life signs except
Okay.
a very faint one in the distance. It looks like it's beyond this wall.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand right here. I want he's going to be next to me, out of line of sight of the door. And then the person that's the best at sneaking will try to sneak up and take a peek into the
That's
room.
Woody.
Woody, yeah. Woody, you're going to sneak up, and we're going to try and make a shot of where he is angled. And X-Ray is going to be right behind him to breach the door if he is looking at us.
Yes. Okay, so you're
And
rolling
so we
against
can-
a 75 there, Woody.
okay. Come
Perfect.
on, Woody. Don't buzz this up.
You came close. All right,
Yeah.
so you're gonna see uh, that they are against this wall working at a console, so not looking at you. But you could also tell that from where they are, they cannot see the door, like the main, um, the door below
Okay.
this door. Yeah, they can't see that from where they are.
Good. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna put Vale and Dub like on either side of this. Like they can't see, right? They can't, or like I'll put them right here. And then I'm gonna want if you two can like sneak under the doorway, like under the window just in case, and then go over to this console and see if you can get it open. That would be great. See if we can pull any data from it.
Okay. All right. So that means
Because what we're looking for is a data terminal, right?
yes, yes.
Okay.
All right. So I
I'm
guess
just
you want
trying to see, yeah,
X-ray on the
if we can get a
console.
bit more. Yeah, X-ray would go on the console, and Woody with them just because he's a bit more stealthy, and Vale and Dub are gonna be standing by the door, probably ready to breach it, and take that guy out if he suddenly gets up to leave, and he sees you guys and you can't manage to hide. Um, so yeah, but I want to see if we can crack into that data console at all.
Okay. All right,
Because
Chris.
it's like a proper computer, right? It's not just like a random
Well, yeah,
stack of
it's
dirt.
like the console you saw in the maintenance area. Same concept. I mean, you can tell that's what it is, but
Okay.
this map doesn't really. It would not have screens and displays like it does there. Uh, you're not going to find a map that
Yeah.
has
Can
consoles without
we?
screens.
I'm gonna ask a really dumb question.
Oh boy.
Are we able to make any sort of luck rolls to see if it's like or something related to it? Did someone just leave it like open so we don't have to break into an encryption since it's like
No,
in
and
the facility?
luck rolls are only usable if it's like your life. Like you can use it
Okay.
once in combat because you're all humans,
Okay.
or if your life is imminently like if you don't succeed, you're gonna die.
That's fair. But yes, can we? Okay, but like accessing it doesn't like we can tell on a surface level if it's encrypted or not, right?
Uh, not until you try interfacing with it.
Yeah, but it won't like be like, oh, this thing's encrypted. If
Not
it would just be like, yeah,
probably you're not 100% sure you've never
it's
done
like
this
it's gonna
before.
ask for a password.
This is
I'm
new to
guessing.
you. You
Okay.
so
Well, I'm just curious how it worked with like the other one because we kind of busted into a firewall,
mhm,
and that was like a two-step process.
yes.
Okay, I believe in
So
you,
there's
Chris. Make
there's
all the rolls.
so it's going to be one of two things. Either it requires immediate like encryption to get in, or you can get in, but other things are encrypted. So there's two
Okay, yeah,
steps.
and that's I'm hoping it's the second one. That's what I'm hoping for.
All right, so
I
move
believe in you,
X-ray to
Chris.
the console there, Chris. Make sure your other characters are positioned properly. Now, if I were you, Chris, I would move one step up because you're partially
Yeah,
visible from
staying in
where
the
the guy
corner.
is. Yeah,
Like
that's
right
better.
there.
Yeah, that's better. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We've got two characters occupying the same space. We need to fix that.
Am I still out of line of sight
Oh,
from the
yeah,
door?
yeah, totally. The line of sight is very narrow. Like those two red and black things at the bottom, that's about all they can see.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Um, good.
All right, then.
X-ray. See what you can scrounge.
All right, let's refresh ourselves on what that role needs to be. So that is intelligence, small equipment system operation, and computer operation. So that is, I want to say, yeah, that's a 57 plus. All right, so good news is the first level is not encrypted. So you can get in with a 97% chance, which you've already failed once.
I know.
All
Okay.
right. You are in. So, what are you looking for?
Any data or more details on the layout of the map, like because if they have any documents being sent to areas or any like, because we know the rough outline of this area, but I want to see if there's any notes, documents, quick like data, just explanations that could tell us more specifically what these areas and rooms are.
Okay.
Maybe like if there's a section label and we could find like use that to like get to a specific area.
All right.
Like that.
So,
Yeah.
I'm going to start labeling these rooms. All right. So, wow, that's tiny. Jeez. Hang on. Oh. Stupid, stupid thing. All right. So that room top center is medical. Uh, let's
I
see.
was right. I was so right. It's like a medic room or a bedroom or something like that. And like
All right.
I didn't mean to say medical exactly, but I was like,
Top right, break room.
reactor core.
All right. Below that, restroom. Let's see. This one's gonna be interesting.
Quick question. So this spot, like below the room we went by, this was is this a like ventilation shaft?
Hang on a second. I'm trying to look how to spell
Okay,
something.
no problem.
I don't want to repeat your mistakes.
Hey, you can criticize my spelling, but you have to admit my tactics have been working out a
Oh
little bit
yeah.
so far.
All right. This one is specimen storage.
Hmm.
All right. Below that's a
Maintenance
maintenance
hallway. Okay.
hallway. Below that is the main reactor. You were correct.
I knew that. Okay, I was like, that looks like a reactor. You never have a big bull thing without it being a reactor.
All right. Below that is the experiment chamber.
Oh, experiment chamber. I didn't. Well, if we're gonna break into data, that probably has info on. Because we're looking for like a secret operation, right?
All right, I'm focusing right now. All right. Here is specimen preparation. Can I make that? Yeah, there we go. All right. This one is experiment monitoring. Let's see. All right. And here is administration.
Hmm.
So I'm going to try to move these. They're not blocking. All right. And the room that you're in Actually, hold on. Uh, yeah, the room we went by earlier, that is just a storage room. This one is. You are currently in the communications room.
Okay. And I just want to go over our mission was to do what I want to just double check like in my head. It was to get data, right, on what this place was.
Chris, was it just me, or did he break up for you too? I don't know if it was my internet or his.
Oh,
Just very briefly.
Okay, wanted to make sure.
okay.
I've been having Wi-Fi issues here, so oh well. Okay. So yes, the goal was to determine what this facility is, and if necessary or possible, to sabotage it.
Okay. That's pretty easy then. We just need to stick some C4 to the main reactor.
Probably, yeah. All right, so that's the map. What else are you looking for?
Okay. No, that's basically. I was thinking of where we could, because they wanted to get data. So, if they were to have data, it would be in administration. Um, Communications, it would be where they would be able to tell people about stuff going on. Um, I really have to use the bathroom.
Well, it's been 2 hours since our last break, so that's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I've had like
I
4 waters.
I do have to get ready for a party at 5, so I probably got about another like 15 minutes I can do.
Okay. That's probably fine then, because I got a
This
thing
might
at
be a good place
6:30.
to stop it,
I was
just
thinking,
because now we know what everything is.
yeah, what, that's probably, the way this is going. So tomorrow we have how long? Chris, you're not available
Uh,
until like 3 now, right?
Like, yeah, like 3-ish. I'm taking my niece out. I should be home like I'm thinking between 3 and 3:30-ish.
Okay.
I can stay later, like if my I don't remember what I put down for times, but I have later in the night open.
All right. How late do you have, Chris?
Sunday night, I just have to be in bed by, I can go to technically like 10.
Okay. Then
Um,
I think
Yeah, we should be good.
well, yeah, let's see if we can finish up tomorrow. If not, we'll finish up Thursday. Bring in other people, I guess, let them control
Oh yeah.
yeah,
X-ray and
I saw Eric
yep.
posted something in Discord about if things are on for tomorrow. So if he's available, he can take one of the.
All right, perfect. Perfect. Yeah.
I honestly, but like what I can think of at the moment is we have two main goals at the moment, which is, um, it's really this is the risky part is like what because I also kind of want to stop here because the next thing we do is going to be the riskiest plan. Um, because there's three things that I want to do. I want to mark the reactor. I'm thinking, and I want to take control of administration and communication.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we shut down their line of communication, that gives us a lot more time to basically maneuver around the space, and if you and also would shut down their ability to communicate with the military outpost.
Mm-hmm.
So taking down communications would be a major step forward. And administration would have a lot of the secondary, the controls, and the probably potentially people in charge. And so if we can strip the data from that and mess with the administration process, that's like the second tier of disabling them.
Mm-hmm.
And then whatever we scrounge next, like we want to detonate the main reactor, assuming there's not a bunch of humans in here, which is what I'm guessing is all the specimen or people. So, but the nuclear option is still on the table. And if we can't like systematically take everyone in here down. But yeah, so that's so I'm thinking we might have to blitz communication guy because like if we open the door next time and we just fire four high like rifle blasts at his body, there's just one guy. I don't think like he's gonna survive. I think because he's the communications officer. If we take him down, no one else is gonna know because they're not able to communicate. I'm worried it would make noise, but rifles don't make like a gunshot noise.
Well,
It makes
you've
like
got silenced ones, so they basically
yeah,
make next to no noise. They were specifically designed
yeah.
for these kind of missions.
That's why I'm saying that's why I think we should pause it here too, because I'm thinking one of our the smartest tactical move is to take over communications and gun this guy down, and that's going to be a bit of a risky play.
Oh man, this is fantastic.
What do you think? What do you think about that,
I
Chris?
agree.
Chris, it's like you're like halfway an NPC, man.
He's the yes man. It's like
Yes.
Yep. Sir, yes, sir.
But I feel like, Chris, you would definitely go against me if I made a really stupid plan. Like, hey, we should just attach C4 to ourselves and blow ourselves up on everybody, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Let's Taliban
oh, okay.
straps. Oh no.
Okay.
Okay. So, all right. Chris has told maybe about 10 o'clock tomorrow, hopefully.
I
Which
can
is
go to 10.
okay.
If need be.
Good. That'll give us a good 7 hours because we just went for 4. I'm almost positive we can wrap this up within 7. So.
Oh yeah, no,
We'll-
I thought this was like when you said an hour or like the times it sounded like we only had an hour tomorrow or something. Like I feel like we're pretty close to the end if everything goes right.
I'd say we're about halfway. I'd estimate about
That's
halfway.
fair.
So
Good.
Because the thing is, yeah, we had the rest of the facility and then we have the exit strategy, which
yes,
is yeah.
yes. So yeah, I'd say this is a. I wish you'd got a little farther to reveal one thing, but if we can't, we
We wanted
can't.
the
That's
big
fine.
mystery revealed. Yeah, but I
Yes.
mean now, but we dipped our toes in the pond, and we're like, there is something going on. We got a specimen storage. We got like a meat processing plant. otherwise known as specimen preparation. I'm pretty sure my character is gonna go half ballistic when they see whatever's going on.
We walked into like a red alien hot dog plant.
Oh my, Soylent Red.
Yeah.
Red.
Oh, all right. I've had fun. I hope you guys have too. This has been great.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm
Yeah.
just I'm happy that so far I haven't screwed up everything immediately as a lieutenant.
No, you've done a damn good job. I'm very proud. You have
That's
a
why
lot of range between.
That's why I'm letting them run with it.
Oh man, I'm sure you'd have done. How? I know you'd have done your absolute best, Chris. We'd see. I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like part of the reason I'm being complimented is because it's
So different
it's the
from
fact
fish.
that yeah, it's like unexpected.
Yes.
I feel
it
like
really
I'm
is.
okay, but I imagine like everyone else could do as good, if not better, job than me. But it's just
Yeah, I think
it's the gap. That's the thing.
Chris could have risen to the occasion like Matt has with being
Oh, yeah.
captain. So I wouldn't have been upset either way.
I
So.
would. I think I could follow Chris into the grave or into the glory, whatever.
That's
Yeah,
not
we
the
would've-
idea. That's
Yeah.
I think what it eventually
As a-
would have gotten
yeah,
it would have been a bad roll by me, not a bad decision.
probably.
You've been having really good rolls though. I mean,
Except for
Yeah.
that one 98, like opening a
know.
door.
yeah, but I mean, he's rolled like 80% of the dice at this point, so I think like
He has.
it's bound to happen at least once.
Yes. So, I mean, hey, so you're doing all the planning. Chris is doing all the rolling. I think it's a good
yeah.
division of labor.
Yeah, I like that.
He's the
Coming
grunt.
together.
You're the officer. So
I'm doing good administrating.
yes, leadership.
Yeah, a skill I thought I never have.
Indeed. So, all right, gentlemen, I'm very pleased with how this has gone. Way better than it should for how little prep work I actually put into this. I work best just going,
Off
just
the cuff.
winging it, man. I
Maybe
really do.
it's the best.
Only thing I can't wing is these maps. That was the hard part last night, and those sheets.
Mm.
Making the sheets and making the maps where I spent the most time on. I probably spent like.
Is this a custom or pre-built?
This is one I found on Reddit. The
Ah.
only one that is AI generated was the facility map that we are on, the above ground one. Everything else has been ones I found. But I am now going to be trying to. I didn't think about that until like midnight last night. Like, hey, I wonder if I could do this. And like an hour later, I had that map, and I'm like, I am happy. Because, man, Midjourney AI I use on Discord is oh man, that it takes a little trial and error, but it can get you some damn good results. I actually used it for the cover of a book I've done for my publishing company for the school. So yeah, it has some power. But I'm getting off. This is not. We're not sponsored by Midjourney. Actually, around here, we're not sponsored by, but we sponsor Extra Life. Great segue. So that's really what this whole tabletop appreciation weekend is about. It's put on, I guess, or just it's something that Extra Life is doing. It's just like, hey, this is fun. Let's do that. But really to raise awareness, of course, and for getting money, getting donations to Children's Miracle Network for sick kids. We are really passionate about that around here. I mean, we have a hell of a lot of fun, but the fact that we can do something good with it makes it all that much better. If one of you guys wants to put the link in chat, if you haven't already.
Already done.
Oh man, you are the guy getting everything done, the unsung hero of this game, Chris.
I am the roller. I'm the poster. I'm the moster.
You're the
He's the boots on the ground.
you're a oh
He's,
you're a
he's
let's
elbow
see.
grease personified.
Oh, what's the song lyrics? I'm a joker. I'm a smoker. I'm a midnight toker.
Midnight
That
toker, yeah.
is
Yeah.
Chris.
I hope that doesn't. Can you imagine just saying those 3 lines and it's like, ban, copyright? And it's like,
I didn't sing them,
That's
so
it.
it's fine.
we didn't. No, we
But-
just said those. We said 3 words connected to each other.
No, 6 words.
Yeah,
No,
that's true.
I'm a joker. I'm a smoker. I'm a midnight. 10 whole words, man. That's a total copyright.
Oh man.
Well, it's the 3 main words and then the supplementary ones.
Well, 4 midnight toker. But yeah, okay, we are so far. Extra Life is great. We should donate to it. Go to the link, learn more about it, learn more about us. It's a great time for everyone. So, I don't know what the hell I'm doing anymore.
Time for some rest, Trippers.
I work
Time for
best
It's
some
been
at
rest.
4
not-
hours.
I work
it's
best
4 hours.
At 9 p.m., not noon. I'm not.
Mm.
I'm a night person. I am massively a night person. But anyhow, it's been a good change of pace. I don't know what else to say. I'm rambling. So, okay, world.
I think we did.
Yeah. Hope you enjoyed.
Live long and prosper.
Yeah. It's live long. Actually, let me switch to the so they can see 2 of our smiling faces even better. So, all right, here we go. Live long and prosper, world.
Gentlemen, I will
Long
see you
prosper.
tomorrow.
Yes.
See you
3
tomorrow.
o'clock. 3 o'clock Eastern, approximately, or
3
whenever Chris
3 in
shows
the
up.
Yeah,
afternoon.
I'll
Nice.
I'll try to. If I'm gonna be late, I'll obviously message you
All
guys.
right, so
Yeah.
be ready about 3 to 3:30 ish. We'll be around sometime anyway.
Perfect.
All right. See ya.
Bye.